Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 5th meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Dish?
Here.
Councilmember Harrison?
Here.
Councilmember Song?
Here.
Councilmember Watson?
Here.
Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwin?
Here.
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Councilmember Iyer?
Here.
Councilmember Ackman?
Here.
Councilmember Briggs?
Here.
Councilmember Cornell?
Here.
We have a quorum.
May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Medina, seconded by Councilmember Ghazi Edwin. Discussion of the agenda. All in favor? All opposed? It's approved. Do we have communications today from our city administrator?
No, Mayor.
Well, then we have one or two or three introductions to make. First up, Mr. Robert White, our Commissioner White. Please join me at the podium. Good to see you. Thank you. So we of course are gathered here today for a city council meeting, but these chambers are used for so many different boards and commissions, numerous boards and commissions that are crucial to the operation of city government. They're crucial to the operation of our local democracy. We require community members to come forward and serve, and are so grateful for their joint and several collective work, advice, and wisdom. In terms of work and advice and wisdom, I think there are very few to compare to Mr. White. Mr. White here has served for the city for decades now, the Historic District Commission for 18 years, and the Ann Arbor Board of Review for 30 years, and I am reading that correctly. In any event, it is due to people like Mr. White that we are able, Commissioner White, that we are able to do the work of government. And so it is my great pleasure to have this proclamation in his honor. Whereas Mr. Robert White has served the Ann Arbor District, part of the Ann Arbor Historic District Commission for 18 years, since September 2005, and the Ann Arbor Board of Review for 30 years, since January 1993. And whereas Robert White has served under 6 assessors during his tenure, facilitated the preservation of fair and equitable property values by resolving repeals and concerning real and personal property assessments. And whereas Robert White has put to good use his vast experience as a commissioner in the pursuit of historic preservation goals. And whereas Robert White has served as chairperson of the nominating committee for 17 years, also on the Historic District Design Guidelines Committee and the Design Guidelines for Solar Committee, as well as numerous other committees of the Historic District Commission that are no doubt lost to time. Whereas Robert White has served as chair of the Board of Review and secretary and vice chair and chair of the Historic District Commission during his tenure. Whereas Mr. Robert White has been the longest serving commissioner in the Historic District Commission in his 50 years of existence and the longest serving member on the Board of Review. Now, therefore, I, Christopher Taylor, Mayor of Ann Arbor, Michigan, do hereby recognize and thank Robert White for his contributions and dedicated service to the city of Ann Arbor, and proclaim June 5, 2023 as a day to honor him at the conclusion of his service to the city of Ann Arbor. I should add, at least in these capacities. So, Mr. White.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
I would like to thank all the mayors that appointed me and all the city council members that appointed me, and especially Mayor Taylor, who did this proclamation for me. And I want to thank my wife, Sandy White, and Kathy White, my daughter, who allowed me to participate in these programs. So thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now I have the pleasure of our second proclamation with respect to June 23 as LGBTQ Pride Month. Come on up, all who know you're supposed to be here. Welcome. Thank you. Hello there. Thank you. It is, of course, a great pleasure to celebrate and proclaim Pride Month in Ann Arbor, June 2023. It is an occasion where we celebrate and affirm the tremendous changes that have occurred in our lifetimes, the tremendous advancements that have occurred, and we celebrate them. It is also our opportunity to observe that the right-wing hate machine is not vanquished, and that the declaration of Pride Month is an opportunity for us to recognize that and to reaffirm our communities, our individual, our collective fight against hatred and our affirmation of our LGBTQ community members. And finally, the declaration of Pride Month here in Ann Arbor is a delightful opportunity to celebrate the individuals in our community in Ann Arbor who comprise our LGBTQ community. Without them, Ann Arbor simply would not be Ann Arbor. They are integral to who we are. They are indeed who we are. And it is therefore my great and true pleasure to effect this proclamation. Whereas each June, LGBTQ people and their friends and family recognize the journey towards liberation and those who have fought for equity, including the queer and transgender people of color who took to the streets in New York City at the Stonewall Inn and in cities across the country. And whereas the city of Ann Arbor holds an historic place in the history of the LGBTQ movement for equality. Ann Arbor was among the first cities of the nation to pass an ordinance to protect residents from discrimination based on sexual orientation, later adding gender identity protections, and to have openly gay or lesbian elected officials. And whereas the city of Ann Arbor continues to lead within the state of Michigan, in working to advance equality and safety for LGBTQ peoples, including through robust non-discrimination protections and a ban to the discredited practice of conversion therapy. And whereas this year around the country, state legislatures have introduced and passed a record number of bills attacking LGBTQ people, especially transgender youth and their families, and their ability to access the most basic needs of health care. And whereas we recognize the diversity and many contributions of our LGBTQ plus residents and their families to the vibrancy, inclusivity, and vitality of the city of Ann Arbor, now therefore I, Christopher Taylor, Mayor of Ann Arbor, Michigan, do hereby proclaim June 2023 as Pride Month and affirm our community's commitment to working against discrimination and violence against LGBTQ plus peoples and ensuring that all LGBT plus persons in the city of Ann Arbor have equal dignity, equity, and justice. So with that.
I want to thank you guys so much, especially being a drag queen in the United States. As you know, it's been hard, especially as a public school teacher in Lincoln Consolidated Schools myself, and a past elementary teacher in YCS. I want to thank you guys so much, especially the Ann Arbor City Police, for making sure I was safe at Summerfest last year whenever I was brought with very bad rhetoric in a situation which involved even their children, which I testified in a case last year, honoring their mother that was separated from their husband, and their mother was given full custody of where her kids were able to go. So thank you so much for all the work you guys do.
I will just say thank you on behalf of myself and all of the other city employees who are members of the LGBTQIA+ community. We really appreciate the proclamation, so thank you.
On behalf of the Jim Toy Community Center and Ann Arbor Pride, I want to thank you all for your continued support. As Jada mentioned, and Mayor mentioned, it's not a time to slow down at all when it comes to our community, and visibility matters across all colors of our rainbow. So thank you.
Hi everyone. I'm Naomi Goldberg. I'm the liaison to the mayor's office for the LGBTQ community, and I just want to say thank you so much for this. As was mentioned, this year has been historic and not in good ways for LGBTQ people, whether it's the bills that have been introduced and passed, 19 alone that target trans youth and their health care, whether it's pride displays at Target or, drag queens representing our community. So thank you so much for how much this means to us and our bubble that we live in Ann Arbor, where we feel so accepted and welcomed. And this council remains a historic place with our current and past LGBTQ members. We also are thankful to have a county commissioner and representatives at the state capitol who are from our community. So thank you for the proclamation and happy Pride.
Chair Carter. We now have a word from the chair of our Independent Community Police Oversight Commission, Chair Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir. Good evening. The ICPOC subcommittees continue to work. We have decided to forego our July and August meetings so we can enjoy some vacation time, but the subcommittees will continue to work. We have subcommittees looking at the policies and procedures for the police department to see if we need to tweak any of those, as well as getting our own policies and procedures in order. We are specifically working to streamline the process of reviewing complaints. And we do plan to have our year-end report in by the end of 2023. Now, as you know, part of our mission is to increase transparency and accountability in order to bring about better relationships between the police department and the Ann Arbor community. And I'm sure you also know that the Southeast, I want to make sure I get all the names right, the Southeast Michigan Criminal Justice Policy Research Project, known as SMART, that was the acronym for SMART, has been underway. The research has been going on for a little more than a year. And that's been done at Eastern Michigan University. They've been conducting an analysis of traffic stops collected by the Ann Arbor Police Department for the period of time from January 2017 through December 31st, 2019. The study was funded in large part through the Community Policing Innovations Initiative, a program of the Community Foundation of Southeast Michigan. The goal of the analysis was to identify any potential evidence of racial disparities that may be present with regard to police traffic stops. And I am reporting today that that draft, I think I mentioned it a couple of months ago, and we expected it to be out. The draft report is out. We have our copy. I think some of you members of council have received a copy of that report. If not, I spoke with Dr. Karpiak, who's in charge of that study, and it is forthcoming. But what I'd like to let you know is that the analysis identified significant disparities across every dimension that they examined, with non-white motorists being stopped and searched more frequently across every dimension examined, and white motorists being stopped and searched less frequently than would be expected in every instance. The largest disparity identified in the analysis involves African American male drivers for stops initiated for equipment violations, which occurred 2.4 times more likely than would have been expected. In addition to the stops, searches after the initial stop occurred between 5.4 and 3.6 times more often with African American males. I think this is important. I know we all have seen what negative interactions can occur as a result of a traffic stop. And I know that this is important information. I'm aware of certain things that will be coming before this council, and I hope that you will consider this report when you look at things that I know are coming. We will be meeting, ICPOC is going to be meeting with Dr. Karpiak, and we're going to talk to him about what they did, what they looked at, how they did the study. In the next 2 or 3 weeks, we expect that the commissioners will have met with Dr. Karpiak. And we are planning a forum at our September meeting, which will be the fourth Tuesday in September. I think the date's the 24th. We will be inviting the public. We certainly are inviting any council members who wish to attend. And we're going to be discussing the report, which will be out in the public by that time. That is what's new with us. If there are any questions, I'm happy to address them. If not, thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. Speakers in all instances have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time is expired. When your time is expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Wendy Carman.
Wendy Carman, phone number ending in 693. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Wendy Carman. I live at 2340 Georgetown, and I am the current president of the Orchard Hills Maplewood Homeowners Association, a neighborhood bordering the Plymouth Road corridor. I agree there is value in public transportation along major corridors. I understand that public transportation must be subsidized. I would support transportation nodes with mixed use if paired with a better transit system. I might support increasing density along corridors with existing transportation if the regulations were written to respect certain characteristics of those corridors, which TC1 does not do. I don't think one size fits all. Plymouth Road is not at all like State and Eisenhower, which had no natural features and no residential neighbors. Plymouth Corridor residents already live in a 15 to 20-minute walkable neighborhood. I think significant natural features, trees, wetlands, creek sheds like the Miller Creek are too valuable to our health and well-being to be replaced. Traffic and pedestrian safety is vitally important, yet there's no plan to address this yet. Heights of TC1 buildings should not shade the backyards of adjacent residential lots. I know council has a vision for the future, but most Ann Arborites don't know that yet. I expect that could change during the public engagement portion of the rewrite of the comprehensive plan. What I don't understand is what made this resolution necessary. What is the urgency of this? What steps are considered extraneous? Does this mean you want to rezone these two corridors without any further public engagement? What is the reason for outlawing any improvements in the ordinance before passing more mass zonings with what we know is a flawed ordinance? This resolution seems urgent, vague, and perhaps misleading. It sends a message that seems to say, we need to pass this before the comprehensive plan gets going and the public have a chance to alter it. Something is wrong here. I don't expect council to always agree with me or any other resident. However, I expect respect, an opportunity for dialogue, and an effective effort for addressing residents' concerns. This resolution signals not caring to know what the public thinks because you have a vision and you fear it might fail if you inform the public. If your vision is right, let the voices
30 seconds.
incorporate their ideas. You will convince them. After all, we, the public, are the stakeholders here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dana Thompson.
My name is Dana Thompson, and I am the Vice President of the Ann Arbor Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors. I'm speaking in support of the proposed Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Ann Arbor and the Economic Development Corporation of the City of Ann Arbor. You will next hear from Pete Long. He is the counsel for the EDC, and he's going to talk about the origins and purposes of the EDC. I would like to speak as a member of the board about the exciting possibilities of different activities of the EDC to support the economic development of the City of Ann Arbor. The EDC's primary role to date has been to issue tax-exempt private activity revenue bonds for various purposes, for various projects in the city. The EDC has not issued any of these bonds in a number of years due to low interest rates. This MOU will allow for the EDC to work closely with the city administrator to determine other activities and services that the EDC will provide. The EDC is also aware of the comprehensive economic development services provided by Ann Arbor Spark to the city, and the MOU provides that the activities and services to be developed by the EDC with the city administrator will be outside of the scope of the agreements between Ann Arbor Spark and the City of Ann Arbor, and will not interfere with the Ann Arbor Spark services. In sum, I hope the City Council approves this MOU to allow the EDC and the City Administrator to begin to determine the additional services and activities the EDC will provide, which will enhance the economic development of the City of Ann Arbor and improve the lives of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Long.
Good evening. I'm Pete Long. I'm an attorney of counsel with the Mitchell Law Group and a long-time, EDC's been a long-time client. I'd just like to touch on a technical point here, backing up Professor Thompson's comments. The EDC is a separate entity from the city. A bond issued by the EDC is not a bond issued by the city and vice versa. It's important to keep that distinction in mind. The EDC is a way for an eligible applicant, for an eligible project to save substantial sums on their financing costs. So it's benefited many projects in the city over the years. But as a bond issuing entity, it's required to comply with the requirements of both state and federal law. Federal law is governing tax-exempt obligations like EDC bonds. It's probably one of the, if not one of the most complex in the tax code, arbitrage regulations and so forth. So that it's important that as a project goes forward, that everything that can be done is being done to facilitate that process. One of the reasons underlying the MOU, besides the ones that Professor Thompson mentioned, was to make very clear the paramount necessity that these bonds recognize that no matter what these new enterprises are going to be, that the new services and roles that the EDC may play for the city, that underlying all of it, there has to be compliance with these laws. So for that technical reason, that's, again, the other reason. The other, as she pointed out, was the tremendous opportunities for the city and the staff and the board of the EDC to explore what these new roles and services may be. It's literally unlimited. So it should be exciting to see. So by all means, please regard the EDC as a partner and an entity looking very much forward to working with council and staff. I'll be here, so if anyone has any questions, either tonight or at any time, feel free to give me a buzz. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Scruggs.
Good evening, council members. My name is Emily Scruggs, and I'm an Ann Arbor resident. I'm here today to express support for the proposed humane pet store ordinance, especially prohibiting the potential future sale of dogs in pet stores. Puppy-selling pet stores are a part of a greater pipeline which funnels sick and inhumanely bred puppies into the hands of consumers. The system completely lacks transparency, and puppy purchasers don't know what cruelty they are supporting, which is puppy mills, or commercial breeding facilities with recorded animal welfare violations and hundreds of dogs confined to small cages for the entirety of their lives. Pet stores often sell their puppies for thousands of dollars with false promises of humane, regulated sourcing and healthy, socialized puppies when this is very rarely true. This ordinance would protect our community members from misleading sales tactics, sick puppy sales, high veterinary bills, and predatory lending that so often occurs when customers can't outright afford a puppy. The reality is no pet store needs to sell animals in order to be successful. According to Pet Business Magazine, of the top 25 pet retailers in North America, only one sells puppies. And in 2022, that chain shrunk while competitors that didn't sell dogs grew. This is evidence that no pet store needs to sell dogs to be profitable. Pet stores can thrive by providing pet owners with everything they need to care for their pets rather than selling the pets themselves. And this model is already followed by the vast majority of pet stores here in Michigan. 6 states and over 460 localities have prohibited the sale of dogs and cats in pet stores, including East Point, Fraser, New Baltimore, Royal Oak, Harbor Springs, St. Clair Shores, and newly Woodhaven here in Michigan. These laws have shrunk demand for puppies bred in cruel conditions, with public records showing 32,000 fewer breeding dogs in USDA licensed puppy mills than 10 years ago. I hope Ann Arbor will join in this effort by passing this ordinance and keeping our community humane. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Staablberg.
Tom Staablberg, phone number 534. Press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Good evening. This is Tom Staablberg calling from Lowertown in Ann Arbor. First, I'd like to give my regards to Bob White and his years of volunteer service. He and I served on the Historic District Commission together for 6 years. As someone who's developed in multiple communities and personally rezoned properties and participated in multiple comprehensive plan revision processes and has access to advice from experts in land use law, I offer this. Zoning is law, literally. The zoning code is the codification of the comprehensive plan into enforceable legal language. A rezoning is a change in the law, literally. So do we really want to instruct the Planning Commission to recommend to change the law for hundreds of parcels to a one-size-fits-all set of rules called TC1, without them being able to recommend to make a new TC2 if good planning would suggest a different set of rules, and without being able to tweak TC1 if it would be problematic planning to apply it as is to multiple transit corridors, each with differing characteristics? I don't think that is a wise directive, nor do I think it meets the intent of the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act. The Michigan Zoning Enabling Act allows municipalities to have a zoning ordinance if it is based on a plan, a comprehensive plan. They go hand in hand, and the planning comes first. You make the plan, then the zoning language is the legally enforceable language to allow the plan to be executed. Yes, our comprehensive plan mentions the broad concept of transit-oriented zoning multiple times. So transit-oriented development is consistent with the plan, but the plan lacks sufficient specificity to go straight into encoding. But that's what we're doing. An analogy would be in software development, where if you take high-level design and go straight into coding it, you end up with a mess that has to be reworked. So if you take the high-level design, create a detailed design and algorithms, and then the coding flows out of that. This proposed resolution presupposes that the Planning Commission may not determine that a new transit corridor zoning category, say TC2, be created if it would better fit the Plymouth and Washtenaw corridor's unique characteristics. The resolution says that the TC1 set of rules must be applied, and it goes further than that. It says we must rezone hundreds of parcels to TC1 as a priority prior to making any modifications to TC1. If TC1 doesn't fit the new corridors well, or if we find other fixes are needed to TC1 as we learn more how applicants with properties in the first 2 iterations are dealing with it.
30
we are
seconds.
to ignore all of that. And we must rush full steam ahead, rezoning hundreds of parcels to a flawed, one-size-fits-all set of rules. We sure are in a hurry to make a mess, just prior to the comprehensive plan revision starting, where there would be more public engagement and a more robust planning process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bailey Rogers.
Bailey Rogers, phone number ending in 538. Press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Bailey. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor. I have studied public health and work in public health at the university, and I rent in Ann Arbor, and I'm calling in support of the Coalition for Re-envisioning Our Safety, or CROWS, and I do want to express my gratitude for the recently released community engagement report that was provided by public sector consultants, PSC. I am particularly pleased to see that 3 key findings in the report align with CROWS values, and I urge the City Council to prioritize the following. So first, funding unarmed public safety response from existing budget resources. And this approach really ensures that fiscal responsibility and demonstrates the city's commitment to addressing the root causes of conflict and crisis without increasing the tax burden on residents, and redirecting funds from traditional law enforcement to unarmed public safety response, and redirect city resources to supportive social services instead of punitive and harmful law enforcement. This prevention rather than punishment approach to public safety can reduce the need for more costly interventions later on. The second aspect is establishing a separate number for unarmed response, and having a dedicated number for unarmed response can help streamline services, ensure appropriate response to non-emergency situations, and alleviate the burden on the 911 system. By establishing a separate number for unarmed response, communities can ensure that mental health crises, substance abuse issues, and other non-violent situations are addressed with the appropriate level of care and expertise. The last component is excluding police from unarmed response. And by focusing on unarmed response professionals for nonviolent situations, we can reduce the risk of unnecessary use of force. We can enhance community trust and encourage more effective community-based solutions. And excluding police from unarmed responses can help minimize the potential for violence or use of force. Unarmed crisis response teams comprised of mental health professionals, social workers, or community mediators, they can often handle situations without resorting to forceful tactics. So I
30 seconds.
Request that the City Council take these findings into consideration and move forward with releasing the RFP for unarmed response. So thank you so much for your time and dedication to improving public safety in Ann Arbor.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chandler Myers.
Chandler Myers,
Hello.
go ahead.
Hello. My name is Chandler Myers, and I have studied, lived, and worked in Ann Arbor since 2016. I'm calling in support of the Coalition for Re-envisioning Our Safety, also known as CROWS. I have read the community engagement report by public sector consultants, and I'm here to urge the City Council to prioritize the following 3 key findings in that report. Firstly, to fund the unarmed public safety response from existing budget resources. Personally, I believe that some or all of this funding should be taken out of the existing policing budget. The city's commitment of ARPA funds to an unarmed response program is a great start, and ongoing, sustained funding from the existing police budget would be a great way to ensure this program remains robust, care-based, and accessible to all Ann Arbor residents. To me, this would demonstrate the city's commitment to addressing the root causes of conflict and crisis. Secondly, the RFP should require the establishment of a separate number for unarmed response. A dedicated number for unarmed response can help streamline services, ensure appropriate response to non-emergency situations, and alleviate the burden on the 911 system. Third and finally, the RFP should insist on the exclusion of police from the unarmed response program. The program should focus on unarmed professionals for nonviolent situations to reduce the risk of unnecessary use of force, as well as to enhance community trust and to encourage more effective community-based solutions. By ensuring a non-police response, the unarmed response program can be safely utilized by more people while simultaneously reducing the number of calls police are responding to. Reducing the number of police responses will alleviate the burden on Ann Arbor Police while freeing up existing police funds for other safety promoting programs in the city. I kindly request that the City Council take these findings into consideration when assessing the RFP for unarmed response and moving forward with its release. Also, while I have this opportunity to speak, I would also like to extend my wishes for a happy Pride Month to all those who are being celebrated this June. I'd like to recognize that LGBTQ+ individuals are disproportionately affected by poverty, houselessness, criminalization, and mental health crises. This means that the LGBTQ+ community would be greatly supported by this creation of an unarmed public safety response, and especially by an RFP that incorporates the 3 key findings that I have mentioned earlier. Thank you for your time and dedication to improving public safety in Ann Arbor.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mojan Safabi.
Hello, Ann Arbor. A few days ago, a 2-year-old toddler was shot and killed by Israel Defense Forces. A 2-year-old was shot and killed by Israel Defense Forces. This horrific news, do you think it will make any impact on the members of this city council who have for 20 years heard stop military aid to Israel? Do you think it will make any difference to our esteemed mayor here, Mayor Taylor? Would it make any difference to him? It would not make any difference to him. Would it make any difference to Ms. Ghazi here, who is on this Human Rights Commission? Would this murder of a 2-year-old make any difference? Would it make them say no military aid to Israel? I doubt that. The reason is that they have no heart and they're racist. For 20 years we've come here, we have said, stop giving billions of dollars each year to that racist state that is called Israel. They have not even talked about this resolution that we've brought to them. Thousands of people have signed petitions. Thousands of people have protested outside of this building. They will not do it. And the reason is they are racist and they care nothing for Ann Arbor or for people of Palestine. Do you think if they gave a rat's ass about people of Ann Arbor, they would have pushed African American community in this city out? No. With their policies, they have done that. We've lost the black community in this town. They've moved out because they can't afford it. They have made sure the luxury housing is up, but everyone else can go die. That is their recipe for the rest of us. These people do not represent the public. They represent those who have given them, Mr. Mayor here, $90,000 to get back into his seat. These people are the ones who pay hundreds and thousands of dollars to his cronies who are now filled in this city council. They're sitting here and doing everything they can to please their contributors. It is not their job, after having received hundreds and thousands of dollars from their campaign contributors, to now come and serve you and me. Those of us who are sitting in this room and you think that they actually will do something to benefit the public, just look at what we are living in. Does Gelman bother at all to worry about the dirty water that we drink? No. Does this bunch? They've had 60 years to fix it. Have they? No. Do we have $15 minimum wage? After members of this council have said 15 isn't enough, we still pay our workers $7 and a change. So I'm here to say IDF has murdered a 2-year-old, and we want to stop military aid to Israel.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry Herskowitz.
Good evening. It appears that historical revisionism never rests. After distributing my address to council on April 17 to a wider audience via email and Facebook, I received a reply from Diane King of Texas. She was going to disseminate my address to her email list and cautioned me against using the word Nazi, claiming it a derogatory term. She wrote, "We abhor this term. The Germans never referred to themselves that way. It's equivalent to the other ethnic slurs that are verboten, but it's okay to disparage Germans." I already knew that the term Nazi originated from a country bumpkin reference to Germans, a slur based on the common farm boy or simpleton name Ignaz, and the shortening of that name to Nazi. This knowledge was supplied by Benton Bradbury's book, The Myth of German Villainy. But I did not know that National Socialists never referred to themselves by that name. In my ignorance, I thought everyone used the term. I asked myself whether Diane could be correct and asked the Facebook public for evidence to counter her claim. I wanted to be shown a reference by a German National Socialist who used the term Nazi in a correspondence or speech. I ask anyone here if they have corroborative evidence of National Socialists describing themselves as Nazis. No one on Facebook supplied such information. One respondent, though, alerted me to an article that explained exactly what Diane was claiming. The article reports that a powerful Jewish journalist named Conrad Hayden popularized this term in the 1920s as an epithet meant to degrade members of the National Socialist Workers' Party of Germany. Apparently, this name-calling stuck. We are left with the impression that everyone used the term because we, mistakenly, are continuing to use it. Two takeaways. One, people in groups should be referred to as they deem fit. How would our black community react to being referred to by the N-word? How would our Jewish community appreciate being called the K-word? I doubt either group would appreciate it. It wouldn't be right. Second takeaway, perhaps this successful name-calling technique was yet another reason why German Jews were found in disfavor by their countrymen. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Blaine Coleman.
The Israeli army has just shot and killed a 2-year-old child. You can read about it in BBC and CBS and across the mass media. City Council member Jen Iyer, who apparently has run away in fear that I might mention this again. City Council member Jen Iyer took money for her campaign from old friends of the Israel Defense Forces. Remember, the Israel Defense Forces have killed over 2,000 children who are Palestinian since the year 2000. Roughly since I've started coming here and talking for Palestinian rights. I stood in this city council in June 2002. June of 2002. And way over 100 times since then, demanding some kind of action by the city council to object to funding the Israeli Defense Forces. And this city council has turned a hard, cold shoulder to that. And after 21 years, after just about exactly 21 years this month, I think you can say a pattern has developed of racist, pure racism by the city council against the Palestinian people. And they want you to believe that they love diversity. they want you to believe that they feel sorry that the Black Lives Matter mural was desecrated in the park. But they sure as hell are not going to give the black community its due. They sure as hell, this city council is not going to force the University of Michigan to keep its promise of 10% black admissions. No, at most, they might allow the black community some yellow paint in the park that says Black Lives Matter. That's really not enough. After 50 years, that's really not enough. But this city council excels at the shallow cosmetic gesture. They will say affordable housing 100 times, but they will never give it to you. Once again, approve the simple resolution here. We are against military aid to Israel. Stop contributing to the murder of Palestinian children.
Our next speaker is Alan Haber.
Hello, City Council. I'm Alan Haber. Some of you I have not addressed before, but many of you I have on many occasions. I'm speaking in relation to the resolution you have before you to disband the Council of the Commons. And actually, I voted against that resolution and announced a minority report. I would say the political process has processed the people's vote out of existence. The Commons is removed from the entirety of the Central Park and Civic Center Commons. In the resolutions and work that the Council of the Commons has put forward, they have eliminated that sense. The central idea of this, that the Commons is commonly pooled resources self-managed by the users. This is what was demonstrated to the effect of the Nobel Prize in economics as the most effective way of organizing commonly pooled resources. More effective than having the government, more effective than having a private profit corporation. When the users manage the resources, they are better managed, more productively and more happily. And besides just taking out that idea, they also have reduced the notion to a plaza, not a central park, and the entirety of the idea of a civic center is removed, a ceremonial meeting place, a visitor center for people coming to Ann Arbor, a place where there's a reference to the history and bioregion and location of Ann Arbor and its history. The sense that there's a food system here producing a cafe that honors the food producers of this area, a civic performance space appropriate for, like, the comic opera, one of the first signers of the petition for the Commons. A preference, a way to have a meeting place and a connection place for social services. That's another function of a civic center, removed from the consideration. And a place for the fostering of a culture of peace and nonviolence, which is one of the recommendations that came out of the task force, and a place for the volunteers who do the Commons to work together. All this is eliminated. I guess I'm done.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luis Vasquez.
Luis Vasquez.
Yes, greetings, Mr. Mayor and Ann Arbor City Council. It's kind of hard to follow Holocaust deniers and Jew haters, but I'm going to give it a go. On item DC2, I wanted to express my strong support in favor of this resolution, which directs the Planning Commission and staff to prioritize Plymouth and Washtenaw Avenues to be rezoned under TC1. My opinion is that this action is long overdue, and that any further modification or revisions to TC1 zoning can take place later. I urge City Council to vote yes tonight. On item DC3, I believe it is telling that the Council of the Commons voted to dissolve itself during their last meeting, as I find it indicative of the ineffectiveness and dysfunction of the COTC as a body and of the process overall. In my opinion, once the Center of the City project is put into the hands of the Parks Advisory Committee, the city should waste no more time, no more money, and put no more effort beyond the anticipated request for proposals for a design of a quote-unquote park or quote-unquote civic commons, for which the center of the city could not even come to a consensus or a definition of. That the city council do the right thing by putting the library lot back on the ballot with a decisive proposal that would settle once and for all. Firstly, that we get a project that can be supported by more than a bare majority of voters. Secondly, something precise and explicit in terms of funding for such a project, whether it be another millage or some other funding mechanism. Thirdly, that if jurisdiction is to be under
30 seconds.
Ann Arbor's parks or some other explicitly defined entity, that needs to be done. And fourthly, I think City Council needs to revise the city charter once again under a ballot proposal to be able to once again sell the air rights for the library lot to a developer and include provisions for affordable or workforce housing. In addition, I'm encouraged by the city's efforts to improve Liberty Plaza, which, from my observations of COTC meetings, was neglected and pretty much an afterthought. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pravina Ramaswamy.
Caller with the phone number ending in 101. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Pravina Ramaswamy, and I live in the on 2936 Brent Grove, just off of Plymouth Road. I am calling in regards to the D2 resolution. I am in favor of this. This discussion has happened for many years. Many of our elected officials sitting here today have talked about it during their campaign. Planning Commission has talked about it. We've been hearing about it, and we're ready to have something happen. We cannot wait any longer. We're seeing more development coming, more inquiry. We want to think about who's moving into our area, how they're coming in down Plymouth Road, who's living down Plymouth Road, where are we going to shop, how are we going to bike, walk. We need to really plan and think about how the future of our city is. And we can't wait another 10 years for this to happen, to keep talking about it. We want you to do something about it. So I ask you to please approve this resolution, and I ask the Planning Commission to please get it together and start putting something together for us so we can, as a community, have a space where people can live, work, come in and out of the city. I really encourage you to move forward. So I'm asking you to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Libby Benten.
Caller with the phone number ending in 324. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Libby Benten. I live at 2359 Prairie Street, and I'm calling in favor, asking you to vote yes on the resolution to rezone, to move forward with the rezoning of Washtenaw and Plymouth Road to TC1. We live right off of Plymouth Road, and it's been a wonderful neighborhood for me and my family, close to schools and jobs and daycares and grocery stores and pharmacies and pools, and wonderful neighbors. And I just would implore the city to please move forward as quickly as possible with changes that would allow more families to enjoy these amenities that my family has enjoyed, to build more housing along TC1, along Plymouth Road, where there's already access to these great amenities and transportation. And I also support the rezoning would also, this is already a very walkable neighborhood and would make it even more walkable and allow more people to live without cars or to use their cars less and do walking and biking. So please move forward with this as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, we're already seeing developments that are going to lock in a car-centric Plymouth Road for the next 40 years, and so we need to move quickly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Leverich.
I'll be brief because I'm the last one, and I'm sure you're tired of listening to public comment at this point. My name is Jean Leverich, and I'm a clinical social worker who lives at 912 Pomona in Ward 5, not far from the stadium, TC1 area, the stadium area. Currently, I'm a clinical social worker, and I serve as an at-large member of the city's Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. And I'm really just here to say 3 quick things because it's been quite a tough week, and if I made something really complicated, I probably wouldn't have come to talk at all. So the first thing I want to say is I want to thank our city staff and city council for doing such good work. And I want to say, let's get moving on TC1, on the TC1 rezoning of Plymouth and Washtenaw now, so that we don't keep getting these requests for single-story, single-use buildings and drive-throughs, right? If we don't want to have to undo stuff. Let's make it easier rather than harder to build different kinds of housing, diverse housing, to meet the needs of our economically and socially diverse community, right? Not everybody wants the same kind of house, and a whole lot of people end up not living in Ann Arbor at all and then commuting in and having, to add to the greenhouse gases. Secondly, it's a really exciting agenda that you have tonight. I want to also weigh in on the cross proposal. I strongly support funding an unarmed, non-police public safety response with a dedicated separate phone number, and to create that from existing budget resources. And I think that that's really important because when people are in distress, it's really great if we can have people who are trained in conflict management, who are just community members to help. Thirdly, I think it's really past time to dissolve the Council of the Commons, which really was such a heartbreaking, honestly, waste of resources and time, so that we can finally really begin to activate that parking lot that we have downtown with a public square and mixed-use buildings that have eyes on the plaza and that are bringing the public in. And that might look like affordable housing at this point. It might be a mixed affordable housing with mixed use on the ground floor. But I really am excited that we're moving forward. And I do hope that we bring the city charter to a ballot in the very near future so that we can move forward with that. And so I just really want to thank everybody for all your hard work and just really encourage you, let's do things now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there communications from council? Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Happy Pride to the community. I'm so grateful to Mayor Taylor, our LGBTQ plus staff, and community leaders who came tonight to celebrate Pride Month with our proclamation this evening. Last month, I attended a ceremonial bill signing with Governor Whitmer to expand the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act. Representative Braybeck, who represents Ann Arbor, recently reintroduced legislation to ban the dangerous and discredited practice of conversion therapy. And while here in Michigan, under Democratic leadership, we have much to celebrate in support of equality and LGBTQ rights, in Republican-controlled states, LGBTQ residents are under relentless attack. More than 400 anti-LGBTQ bills have been introduced across the country already this year. Instead of focusing on real issues like housing affordability, reducing gun violence, improving public education, expanding access to mental health support, or improving our infrastructure, Republican politicians are relentlessly attacking their LGBTQ constituents, their own neighbors, their friends and family members, and even their colleagues, to score cheap political points with the most extreme, hateful fringes of the right-wing base. This now includes a ridiculous war on Mickey Mouse, led by a future footnote in the 2024 Republican presidential primary. Many of these discriminatory bills specifically target transgender children, including countless bills threatening to limit access to life-saving care and through the attacks themselves, endangering their lives. These bills are dangerous, discriminatory, and seek to erase our community. Now is not the time for us to back down or to take our recent wins for granted. And so with that in mind, I also invite our community to join in a celebration of a summer of Pride activities, both in celebration and in a call to activism. Locally, Pride Month kicked off in Ypsilanti on Friday and will continue through at least August 5th, when Ann Arbor Pride will be celebrated on Main Street this year. You can learn more and get involved in Ann Arbor Pride, and I also encourage you to get involved through countless community organizations like the Jim Toy Community Center, Stand With Trans, Victory Fund, the Human Rights Campaign, and so many others doing good work to support our LGBTQ community. Thank you.
Councilmember Cornell.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Radina, for your comments. Just a couple of quick announcements. Reminder to everyone that the Main Street Area Association's A2 Summer Streets is now underway. There are local musicians performing throughout the Main Street area every single Thursday night from June until August from 7 to 9 p.m. Lots of merchants downtown, especially those who are affected by some of the construction that are happening, are opening their doors and having sales and all kinds of fun stuff. So please come downtown and enjoy the closed street and entertainment and sales. The third annual A20 Week is going on right now until June 10th. Some of the events are Love a Park, the Climate Board Game Night, and my absolute favorite, Get to Know Your Wild Neighbors as part of the A2 Summer Festival kickoff weekend. They're having a tent, including kids' activities, so I encourage everyone to check that out. The Arts and Creative Industries Economic Recovery American Rescue Plan Act allocation that City Council previously had approved is now open applications for those grants. And so if you go to creativewashtenaw.org, you can find additional information, including how to apply for that. Importantly, a date to note is if you are in the arts and creative industry, there is an information session that will be virtual, and it is on June 12th from 4 to 5:30 p.m. And again, details for how to register for that are on the creativewashtenaw.org website. And finally, Councilmember Briggs and I will not be having a listening hour this month due to Father's Day. So our next one will be on Sunday, July 16th at 4 p.m. at the A2AC. Thank you.
Councilmember Ekman.
Thank you. I wanted to let people know that this coming Wednesday at 6 p.m., the city is having a second public meeting about road configuration designs for Greenview between Stadium and Scioto Church. This is a project that's going to happen next year, but right now they're doing the public engagement and design process. So during this meeting at the Pittsfield Library, city staff will present several proposed design options that were based on the first public feedback session, and residents will have the opportunity to provide feedback on them. So again, 6 to 7:30 Wednesday at the Pittsfield branch of the library. Thank you.
Councilmember Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to announce the Ann Arbor NAACP 29th Annual Juneteenth Celebration and Community Unity Walk, which will be on Saturday, June 17th. It will begin with the Community Unity Walk at Fuller Park at 10 a.m. At 1519 Fuller Road. There will be food, entertainment, vendors, youth activities. Following the walk will be the Juneteenth celebration at Wheeler Park 200 Depot Street, and that will be from noon to 6 p.m. There'll be cakewalk, free parking, free bicycle repair, and maintenance assistance. For additional information or to volunteer, you can go to a2naacp.org. Hoping to see lots of folks there. Thank you.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to share that my Ward 3 colleague and myself are going to be having our joint coffee hour at La Pina Loca on Platte Road. That will be this Sunday at 11 a.m. We will be featuring special guest Dr. Missy Stultz, or the Director of the Office of Sustainability and Innovations. So please come down, Ward 3 neighbors, and join us. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. In addition to the events that Councilmember Cornell gave a plug for, I'd like to give one more. We have Ann Arbor Parks Department has a number of stewardship days throughout the summer at a variety of different parks, but there are monthly stewardship days at West Park. The next one is on Saturday, June 17th from 1 to 3 p.m. And I hope folks will come down and volunteer to clean up the park, keep it looking good this summer. And then also, I just wanted to speak to the residents of the 5th Ward who a number of folks had experienced a very severe power surge last week and had many of their appliances damaged through that. There were pretty extensive losses. I wanted to let folks know. We've been responding to communications. Councilmember Cornell and I were also very concerned about this and trying to investigate what could have been done and what could be done in the future. Some folks may have seen that Dr. Stultz from our Director of Office of Sustainability and Innovations made a post about this on Nextdoor, but she is collecting testimony for the Michigan Public Service Commission, which includes details about the unreliability of the DTE grid. So if you'd like to share your story with her, she's happy to integrate that into her testimony. So you can send her an email, and I encourage you to copy Councilmember Cornell and I on that as well. Her email is mstoltz@a2gov.org.
Councilmember Watson.
Thank you. In light of my kind of continued commitment to engagement, I'd like to announce my next constituent coffee hour, which will be June 25th from 3 to 5 p.m. at Sweetwater's on Plymouth and Green. And, in light of public comments, I'd also like to note that I spoke with Ms. Carman on Friday, heard many of her comments, and, we'll discuss those at the appropriate point in the agenda. But I told her, for Ward 2 residents as well, that, barring catastrophe, I'll be attending the OHMHA annual meeting this coming Wednesday at 7 p.m. at OHAC Pool. I look forward to meetings formal and informal of Ward 2 residents as we seek to refine the TC1 plans for Plymouth and Washtenaw. On one other note, do I have it? Or did I lose it?
Oh, you've got it all.
Oh, I've got it. Okay. I don't know. I just wanted to speak to this past weekend. I attended the African American Festival in downtown Ann Arbor. It was especially poignant, I think, because I took a second to detour to the side of the future side of the Catherine Street development, just walk through the park one more time, and I don't know, I thought that was a poignant moment here. I also wanted to mention last week I attended the annual meeting of the Jewish Federation, saw a lot of Ward 2 constituents, and I also heard a speech from former Congressmember Brenda Lawrence, a black woman who represented a district that included the highest Jewish population by percentage in the House. In her post-career, she has chosen to become president of Share the Honey, a nonprofit dedicated to raising awareness of the shared history and collaboration of the black and Jewish people in America. As she said, we can't compare scars, the Jewish experience of the Holocaust and the black experience of slavery, but we can share empathy. It's a season of intersectionality in June as well, because this Pride Month, I'm thinking of the LGBTQ plus friends, classmates, teachers, priests, and colleagues, old and new, whose friendship, support, and mentorship have made me into the man I am today. I knew when I ran for office that public comment is a place for community members to exercise their First Amendment rights, and all that that has sadly come to entail in Ann Arbor specifically. But I would point out, regularly hearing Holocaust denial and hate speech in this chamber while trying to serve my community is the hardest part of this job, and I believe it actively discourages members of any racial or religious minority from sitting in my chair and those that wish to seek the honor and privilege of representing Ann Arborites. I commend all my colleagues who have stepped up to serve in the face of this rhetoric, and I hope those watching at home, whatever background they come from, are not discouraged from one day following suit. Thank you.
Councilmember Dish.
Thank you for those eloquent words, Councilmember. Your mention of the wonderful African American Cultural Festival on Saturday reminded me, when you said, and I went to look at Catherine Street, it reminded me that the Community Leadership Council is going to host a public event for the Catherine Project a week from Friday. So that will be Friday, June 16th from 5:30 to 8 p.m. So come down to Catherine Street, come down to Carytown, listen to where the project is now, and offer comments and ideas for how it can continue to evolve in the future. And I offer that as an invitation to the public and also to all of us sitting here. There soon will be a formal event page, and I will certainly share that with my constituents who subscribe to my newsletter and with my colleagues here who cannot do anything about the fact that I email them.
Further communication from council. Councilmember Song.
I'd like to thank folks for coming out to the Glacier Highlands Memorial Day Parade last week. As always, we had a pretty strong turnout. I think we had about 700 people, and that's usually the opportunity for our neighborhood to come out from the woodwork. It's like to meet each other after a long winter. So it was really nice to see folks connect, honor our veterans. The mayor spoke. I delivered some remarks on behalf of Congresswoman Dingell, who couldn't make it. And I also like to thank the Ann Arbor Fire Department for coming and making that extra effort to come and bring a truck and engage with children in the neighborhood. Kind of following up on Councilmember Watson's comments, this is also a season for bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs for my family. My children have been attending a number of these celebrations, which begin with a multi-generational celebration in the mornings at our local synagogues, and I've been so honored to have been able to observe this passing of history, of suffering, and honoring that continuous work in preserving the history and stories of our fellow community members. But I also should note that the families have had to engage security. They engage security for their children's coming of age. They have to warn guests that there are protesters when they arrive from outside of Ann Arbor, and that somehow that's normal in Ann Arbor, and that somehow generations of Jewish Ann Arborites have to expect that as being normal. That's a shame. When my children celebrate their birthdays, they don't have to engage security. They don't have to warn guests that they might be harassed. I hope as we take the opportunity to celebrate months honoring different communities of color, Pride Month, and struggle, we take note that there are reasons we have to make these proclamations and invite communities to honor that work. It's just not it's not a notice, it's not a day, it's not a month, it's everyday work that we make sure that folks are loved and cared for and respected here, and not scared to go on and celebrate what we normally celebrate and shouldn't have to fear. Thanks.
Further communication from council. I'd like to request confirmation of the following appointments that were presented to City Council for consideration at the May 15, 2023 regular session. To the Renters Commission, Rosanita Radcliffe, Kimberly Pitts, Julia Good. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councilmember Radina, seconded by Councilmember Harrison. Discussion, please, of the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Approved. I'd like to recommend the following nomination for your consideration: to the Energy Commission, Jacob Sendra, and to the Historic District Commission, Benjamin Calderon. We have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Watson. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Iyer.
Sorry, I'd like to remove CA12 for discussion, please.
Further discussion? Councilmember Song.
I'd like to pull CA21, please.
Further discussion? All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA12 and CA21, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The consent agenda with the exception of CA12 and CA21 is approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA5, CA17, CA18, CA19, CA11, thank you very much, and CA23. CA12, resolution to approve a construction contract with Bailey Excavating, Inc. for the Pontiac Swift, Moore, and Wright water main and resurfacing project in the amount of $2,759,293.42, and to appropriate $2,316,000 in contributing funds. Moved by Councilmember Iyer, seconded by Councilmember Ackman. Discussion, please, of CA12. Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. It's frustrating to have to waste time on this tonight, but here we are. I want to make a brief comment about false information regarding this contract that was published by a former council member from the 4th Ward, Elizabeth Nelson. Although she lost her last election fairly and decisively, she has continued to push conspiracy theories through her blog and newsletter and has worked to sow distrust in our local democratic systems. So while I would prefer not to give these rantings air, enough of my constituents see them that I feel ethically bound to correct the record. Regarding this particular contract, she noted that the contractor's experience modification rating for the year 21-22 had changed in its most recent proposal as compared to previous ones. Now, for the uninitiated, the EMR is a metric used by insurance carriers to gauge both the past cost of a workers' compensation claims as well as the future probability of additional claim costs. It should be noted that this system is based on self-reporting, and it is sometimes the case that the contractor's higher EMR reflects a willingness to report claims rather than actually having an unsafe working environment and vice versa. However, in this case, the former council member asserted incorrectly that an EMR for a given year can never change. And finally, she insinuated that the contractor's insurance company must have falsified the document. This is reprehensible. It's also potentially libelous, but I'll leave that to the attorneys. What I will say is that when I noticed the change, I checked it out and I found a perfectly reasonable explanation. The contractor had an outstanding workers' comp claim for that particular calendar year that was recently closed, and they were found to not be at fault. Therefore, their EMR for that year has now decreased. This is very unfortunately not the first time this former council member has attacked this particular contractor. It's very curious. I'm calling on Nelson to post and send out a retraction and an apology to both Bailey Excavating and Barker Weber Insurance Agency. I do hope that readers of her blog and newsletter will take note. As the saying goes, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement. CA21, resolution to approve an ARPA subrecipient grant agreement with Regents of the University of Michigan for research and administration of the Ann Arbor Guaranteed Income Pilot Program in the amount of $1,600,000. Moved by Councilmember Song, second by Councilmember Ghazi-Edwin. Discussion, please, of CA21. Mr. Fournier, who I understand has an introduction for us. Unless I am mistaken.
I believe that I do, unless the council no longer needs it.
That's right.
Hi, everybody. Good evening.
Introduce.
So we received a number of questions from council members over the last day. Before I get into addressing a lot of those questions, I want to introduce two members of the research team who are here with us tonight, Dr. Kristen Seefeld and Trevor Bechtel. And we also have two members here virtually who, when we get to answering some of the questions, I'll have them introduced. But I do want to start off and talk briefly, knock out a number of the questions with some general remarks discussing the program. And I'll start by talking generally about why, who, and what. Should the council approve this contract tonight, Ann Arbor will join a nationwide community of cities that support guaranteed income and universal basic income pilots. We wanted to do something different. As a matter of fact, when we issued our RFP for this project, we asked respondents to give us a novel approach. And there are a couple of important reasons why. This is a pilot. It's a time-limited program. It will at some point come to an end. And while our main objective is to provide important support to the families who will be enrolled in the program, it was also important for us to do something of value that could be left behind to cities who want to do this again, either have a second program or start one on their own. So we wanted to have a piece of social science that was quality, that reflected the nature of poverty in this community and potentially in other communities, and that people could use to draw on to build important lessons and do something different and push the envelope on universal basic income. And so the response that we got from Poverty Solutions met that call. And what they what they called for was a pilot that wanted to examine the nature of universal basic income and how it can affect entrepreneurship. But a certain kind of entrepreneurship, and I want to get into talking a little bit about that. This is a program that is targeted at low and moderate income households. That's the number one criteria. And among these households, people who are doing everything they can to get by, there is entrepreneurship that happens. It could be gig work or side hustles. In the household I grew up in, my mom was a stay-at-home mom, but she made wedding cakes out of our kitchen. And that was a really important source of income for our family. And so there are families like that all across our community in the city of Ann Arbor. And it's an important question to ask because in cities all across the country, when we see guaranteed income programs, there are always critics who step up and say giving away free money for nothing will cause people not to work. Now, in pilot across the country, I think we're able to show that that's not the case, but it's really important to understand why. And it's really important to try to find ways to design these programs in the future so that they can produce better health and wellness outcomes for families and produce better economic outcomes for them as well. And so we want to enroll families that are, or individuals who are from low and moderate income households who are engaged in that kind of low-level entrepreneurship. And we want to ask, what does this program do to that activity? Does it make them step it up and to do more? Does it make them say, you know what, I'm good, I'm going to take this money and invest it somewhere else? Or does it make them say, you know what, I work hard enough as it is and I don't want to do this anymore and stop the activity entirely? And in all three of those cases, and I suspect we will find all three of those cases, does that impact their health and wellness? And how does it do that? That's what we want to answer, and that's what we want to find out through this program. So we received a lot of questions about who will be eligible. Like I said, the number one criteria is low and moderate income households. There will be an amendment offered tonight that requires those households to be City of Ann Arbor residents, members of those households to be City of Ann Arbor residents. But that's the top line criteria. There's not a whole lot of detail other than that. And I think it's really important to understand why for that reason as well. The research and administration team working with the city will be partnering with service providers and organizations from across the city who deal with low and moderate income households and people in those households. And we will be constructing those criteria in conversation with them. Time and again, we prove all the time that we can probably sit in City Hall and put together program criteria that meet, 70, 80% of need. But you get over that hump to really fantastic programs by engaging people in the community and having conversations with them to understand what their needs are. So you're not going to see really detailed eligibility and enrollment criteria within the RFP, because that comes after the contract is approved and in conversation with community members. And the last thing is, what do we hope to achieve? And it's two important goals. Like I said, we want to provide support to households and families in Ann Arbor who need it, who are adversely affected by the pandemic. But we also want to leave something lasting and something that can be handed to the next city so that when they do their guaranteed income pilot, they're starting a little bit further along than we are, and with a little more clarity, and hopefully they can push the envelope on this movement a little further. So with that being said, we have some specific questions, and I will let Dr. Seefeld introduce herself, and we'll go through and answer some of the specific questions that we received from council.
Good evening, council members. I'm Mayor Taylor. I'm Kristen Seefeld. I'm a Ward 1 resident, and I'm really pleased that Poverty Solutions, as well as the School of Social Work at U of M, has the opportunity to partner with the city as well as other community agencies in the city on this endeavor. And I would stress that this really is a collaborative effort. You know, the folks who know best are the folks who are on the front lines, and it's really very important to us that we do this collaboratively. So I really welcome all of the questions that folks might have. Just want me to run?
Sure, let's run through.
So Council Member Ghazi, Edwin, you had asked about some of the public education efforts that we would undertake, particularly to help folks understand what might be complicated scenarios. We imagine a really multi-pronged approach to community outreach and education. So everything from, websites, and we have a history of doing websites to explain things like the stimulus payments. So we did a lot of outreach around getting people to get their stimulus payments and explain the process and walk them through. Likewise with the child tax credit, we ran a website to do that. Going to community events and just sitting down and talking to folks, one-on-one or in larger presentations. We'll work with various organizations in the community to help develop materials that really are tailored to the populations they work with, whether that is in different languages or just sort of pitch to what the agency itself does. We have proposed at least 2 larger community forums to be held in places that are accessible to folks, perhaps churches, perhaps community centers, Washington Community College, something that, places that are on bus routes, where we could just, have an opportunity for folks to just learn more about the pilot and have their questions answered.
And I'll just add that we'll also be using the city's full communications capability as well to communicate with the public.
You'd also asked about, why business owners, entrepreneurs, we're calling them low-level entrepreneurs. John answered a lot of that. I would also just add to that our first step in this process was to reach out to, almost 14 or 15 different community organizations in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti and ask them, if you were running a guaranteed income pilot, what sort of population might you think could benefit from this? And this is the group that emerged from those discussions. It was a repeated theme. In addition to wanting to really take seriously the request for a novel proposal, this was really community-driven as well.
Thank you.
Council Member Briggs, you had asked about servicing folks beyond the Ann Arbor community. In the addendum to the RFP, it said that we could include people in the larger community, so we responded accordingly, and in part because we had thought about, what about the folks who can't live here but who want to live here because of housing costs, or who used to live here but moved out and didn't. But that is, that's certainly something that, I understand the concern. This is, a grant that was made to the city of Ann Arbor, but that was sort of our rationale in that regard. We recognize too, in regards to your question about, who is our population, there really isn't a standard definition for a micro business, a small business, a low-level entrepreneur. And so one of the, I think, one of two main agenda items for our kickoff meeting once this gets launched, which will be held in collaboration with community partners who both were named in the proposal, but also others who we've talked to subsequently, is to really kind of come up with a working definition for like who are the folks that we want to reach out to. But again, we want to do that in collaboration with the folks who know the best, and so that we're not imposing a definition that's not going to work. You'd also asked about the sample size. So the addendum to the proposal talked about a group of 25 individuals. Those are folks who will do qualitative interviews with. The sample itself is 100 members who get the guaranteed income payment, 100 who serve as the control group. The addendum was just to add in an additional round. And I thank you for pointing out an error in our proposal around issues of attrition and retention. We should have said that we are assuming an 80% retention rate of those folks, not an 80% attrition rate. That would not work. So thank you for calling our attention to that. Council Member Watson, you'd asked about Friends Indeed, who are indeed based in Ypsilanti. They do serve the larger Washtenaw County. We don't also view them as sort of the sole source of recruitment. We don't really view any organization that we would work with as the place where we're going to recruit all of our participants. We plan to cast a wide net, and we ourselves, plan to do a lot of, just feet on the ground and going to events and not placing the burden entirely on the nonprofit sector to do the recruiting into the program. We see them as though being very helpful in being able to, help us, with things like providing feedback on our surveys, feedback on reports, things like this. You'd also asked about why not just give a one-time upfront cash infusion? We didn't want to necessarily say, because the spirit of guaranteed income really is there are strings attached to what you do with the money. We didn't want to say oh, here's some money to invest in your business. That's a slightly different model. So, we're talking amongst our team, and something that we'd want to talk with the community about is, do we do monthly payments that are of the same amount? Do we front load the payments and taper off, things like that? But those are some of the design decisions that we're considering right now. And then Council Member Harrison, you'd asked a number of questions. One about sort of how we decided about our potential collaborators, and whether we put out a call for support. We lacked time, to do that with the turnaround time in getting the proposal in. So we sort of did a snowball approach to people suggesting us, oh, you should talk to this group, or you should talk to this group, as well as drawing upon our own community connections. And again, the focus of our outreach effort at that point was really to identify a population to work with, not necessarily a partner. So once we sort of landed on a population, then we selected to name Friends Indeed as our community partner because of, just their, all the work that they do with their Circles program in this area. You named a number of different very important organizations in the community. We have reached out or will reach out to most of them. The RFP, as we read it, specified one partner to be named, but I've been in pretty regular, almost weekly communications with the Ann Arbor Community Foundation, for example, about bringing them into the mix. We've talked to other organizations as well and envision continuing to do that. You also noted, in the addendum, there was a shift in the budget where the payment amount went down slightly. In consultation with the team here at the city, we decided to add an additional round of qualitative interviews to help better inform the design of the study going forward, but keeping the total amount of money the same. So the cost of administering the payments, and we are going to contract with a third party to send out the payments, that's fixed. We are pretty bare bones in terms of our staff effort, and that's, along with the university contributing about $170,000 in costs as well. So we took the payments down, as you know, about $2. So that's, that was done to really bolster the research. While we very much, would love it if every person in the pilot participated in every phase of the research, that is up to the individual. We will not force anybody to complete a survey or an interview, and their guaranteed income payments aren't contingent upon that. We would not disenroll anybody if they missed a survey. That's, that would not be within the spirit of the program. You'd also asked about, sort of the role that Circles and Friends Indeed could play in helping us to locate potential participants. The Circles program really does have, as its model, the goal of helping folks who are lower income start their own businesses, and that really does resonate with what we're proposing. They've been running their Circles program that does this for about 5 years, and they're currently in their 6th cohort. So they're definitely a group that we want to be able to tap into their network, but we also are going to collaborate with just a wide variety of stakeholders and service providers within the community, and particularly groups that, would help us locate, folks who are not necessarily going to be easy for a U of M researcher to reach out to. I mean, we really are committed to developing, relationships with sort of trusted members of different communities in order to help bridge some of that gap and really to help the success of the project as a whole. That would include organizations that work with folks who have justice system involvement, and that's I appreciate that you raised that group up. For that group, certainly this kind of entrepreneurial activity is really important if they're locked, if folks are locked out of labor market activities otherwise. So Poverty Solutions is just starting a collaboration project with A Brighter Way. Trevor, my colleague, is on the Housing Subcommittee of Washtenaw County Reentry Stakeholders Initiative. So we have some connections to get us started on the pilot. Another really important piece to this whole pilot is making sure that people are not worse off for participating in it. meaning that they don't, lose benefits they're receiving. So the good news is we've been in conversations with the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and we're in the process of submitting an application for a waiver to make sure that SNAP, Medicaid, TANF, and a couple other benefit programs, that the guaranteed income payment won't count toward their eligibility for those programs. And we're starting conversations to make sure that that would also be the case with any housing assistance folks would get. So we are trying to make sure that no one is worse. Thank you. Worse off for that. And we want to also, so we'll make sure that we really have conversations about that, because that is one of the most important aspects of communication around the Guaranteed Income Project. It also could be, of course, that folks may be reluctant to come forward, not just because of fear of losing benefits, but also tax implications or other fears about, like, is this information going to get out to third parties who could use it against them. So, going through our institutional review board process certainly provides a layer of protection of confidentiality. We also just started talking about, and I believe we are going to go forward with securing a certificate of confidentiality from the federal government through NIH, and that will protect the privacy of folks in the research study. It prohibits us from disclosing information about them except under like a really, really limited set of circumstances. And again, we would try to convey that to participants so that they know we take their confidentiality really, really seriously. Finally, I would just say, thinking about, again, getting back to sort of the who and the why of this proposal that we put together. Again, we don't want to mandate that anyone use the guaranteed income payment for any particular purpose. If they want to use it toward their business, terrific. If not, that's great too. That said, nearly all, if not all of the other guaranteed income pilots operating throughout the nation focus on a particular population. So I have a long list and I can share it with you, but that includes, fathers in parenting programs, female identifying care professionals, working adults, people enrolled in a community college program. So we're sort of using the, low-level entrepreneur framework as a way to, kind of select into including, who's the group that will get the payment. But there's no stipulation that anyone, has to keep working or on their side business in order to continue receiving the payment at all. So I sped through that really quickly. So I hope I addressed some of the questions you have, but I'm happy to answer anything further.
Super. If questions arise, you're here for us.
I am here.
Excellent. Thank you so much. When you're in the course of your time. So, further discussion. Councilmember Watson.
I'd like to thank Mr. Fournier and the research group at Poverty Solutions for your willingness to engage in conversation on this, the thoughtfulness of the proposal, the continued conversations. Some on quite short notice with council members here, and I really I do want to highlight that you've really taken time to answer a lot of my questions, and I appreciate the answers you gave. I think in the second portion of my question, the one where I talked about upfront grants versus income, I think that arose from sort of perhaps a misunderstanding of the sort of goals of this project that were cleared up for me, by some answers that were given here. And that question was basically, if we are looking to perhaps stimulate small business in the city of Ann Arbor, minority-owned, low-income small businesses, I didn't know if that would be something that we would compare perhaps to the county's, small business growth activator, which is providing $5,000 grants to, low-income households with 80% that where the household income is 80%, less than 80% of the area median income in Washtenaw County, and the businesses must operate within Washtenaw County, and the businesses would have fewer than 5 employees. Some of these are definitions, or the county definitions that that at different points in your proposal you're using. But I just wanted to talk about the fact that it was Fournier, DCA Fournier, who clarified that this isn't really a study about businesses or business growth or improvement. It's a study about health outcomes through a lens of people who we feel to be the most a vulnerable population in the a vulnerable population that we can target. Can you talk a little bit, Mr. Fournier, and the colleagues at Poverty Solutions? Could you talk a little bit about why it's easier and cheaper to get this money out through this pilot than it would be to get it out through a universal basic income pilot, where we might have to work with a private payment provider or another entity to judge eligibility and all that?
So a couple different ideas there I'll touch on is that when we started formulating this this program, the first thing we did, we looked at the kind of programs that other cities were moving forward, and there's kind of a bumper crop of companies and nonprofit organizations that have come to fruition nationally that will administer these programs on your behalf, but many of them are very expensive. And they'll come just right up front, they'll tell you, we take 20 to 25% up front as an administration fee, we'll enroll the people, we'll cut the checks. And when we ask follow-up questions like, well, what kind of follow-up do you do to see if these programs were beneficial, and how the participants felt about it and whether we achieved outcomes? They say, oh yeah, we do a survey. We'll email out a survey. And the social scientists on council are all kind of laughing now, because that's not really research, right? Now, they may be producing information that's useful and that's interesting for their funders or for some of their other participants, but it is not the type of information that is peer reviewable and valuable and that can be passed on from one person to the next in a reliable way. And so when we started internally, we started thinking about, well, how do we move forward from here? This is Ann Arbor. We have one of the finest research institutions on the planet right here. And the population of the city that corresponds with that. We have a highly educated community here, a lot of PhDs. What should we do? And we thought, the people who should be administering this are people who have a really good financial administration framework, who know how to handle federal grant funds, and who can conduct really top-notch research. We thought, we need a research partner who can do the administration for us and also give us something of quality at the end. And that's what structured the RFP. And what we ended up getting from our friends at Poverty Solutions and the University of Michigan is a proposal that on the whole is going to cost us less money in administration and is going to give us something of exponentially greater value. And so that really kind of led to the decisions to kind of structure a really high value research proposal around this. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fournier.
In your cycle.
Right.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I'm going to be really brief. Thank you so much for all the thoughtfulness and the thoroughness that you've put into this, both on city staff side and with our partners. I'm really looking forward to passing this tonight and finally getting moving on this really exciting project.
Councilmember Harrison.
I want to thank staff. I want to ditto Councilmember Iyer's words and thanking you for your thoughtfulness in putting this together and your work on this. I want to kind of talk a little bit about the qualifiers. I recognize that prioritizing low income, moderate income is the first qualifier. And then I believe the second is self-reporting of a small business or a side hustle or a gig worker, a gig type working. Can I just the question I had earlier for Mr. Fournier, I guess, or my concern is, I guess I'm wondering how are you guys going to ask individuals to self-report? And the reason, the follow-up to that question is that when you have low income, folks that are very low income or poverty-stricken individuals that are engaging in side hustles or small business baking cakes and selling them out of their home. Many of these individuals do have benefits, as you discussed earlier, Medicaid, SNAP benefits, Section 8. And if there's a very low threshold, as you know, to when that individual can lose their benefits. I believe $2,000 even in a bank account. So these individuals are cutting hair or doing hair in their basement. They often are not, they're not reporting this income. So I guess I'm really just trying to understand how an individual is to prove or self-report that they have this business or side gig or door dashing or...
No, thank you for that. I think a couple of different things. I think framing is super important, right? So instead of saying, do you do this on the side? We've used survey questions before about, do you do any of these things? Do you cut hair? Do you bake cakes? And we were talking in our last team meeting about, let's maybe come up with as exhaustive of a list as possible, of activities that people might do, rather than, saying oh, what's your side job? But so allowing people to sort of check off, here are some things that I'm doing. We also, I think we can't stress enough to potential participants, that benefits won't be affected. I think that's communicating that will be really key. And if we, with the certificate of confidentiality, that protects us from MDHHS saying no, you need to tell us who's in your study and how much money they are getting on the side. That's what the certificate does. And another discussion we've had too internally is getting some legal counsel from some of our colleagues at the law school about what are some other ways we can make sure that we're affording folks the most protection as possible, because the last thing we want to do is have people be penalized for activities they're doing because that's what they need to do to keep their families afloat. And Trevor, do you want to add on to that?
One of the things that we're well aware of is that creating a long application for people makes it difficult for them to apply, and so we want to really think about how to make it as easy as possible for them. One of the kind of secret sauces that we have is that we can hire a lot of students to help check things out. So one idea that we have is kind of learning about things from people, and then to your question of proof, we could have students kind of check out, well, is this something that's happening? Can I buy a cake from this phone number? Or is there a Facebook page that does this? And so allowing people to kind of once we know about something, right, we're not prying into people, but once we know about something, using students to kind of do a lot of legwork around not asking for that on an application, but instead finding it out in the ordinary public.
Councilmember Song.
I just wanted to
please.
add one last thing on the end of that, is that the type of work you do for this kind of verification is very labor intensive. And so it's not, you're not asking, well, show us your income statements, show us your checkbook, tell us something. That's not what you do. Right, you develop very strong networks with service providers, social service providers, community organizations, get into the neighborhoods. You get to know people. You spend time, right, at these meetings and at these places and at these hubs. And you essentially gain entree to have those conversations and really spend your labor on encouraging people to apply who you know are eligible and making sure that, like Trevor said, using student labor or something like that, just to do your own independent checking, rather than here's a 30-page application, give us all this paperwork, come into the office, maybe somebody will help you. It's not that type of a process. It's a very engaged, community-driven process where you're on the ground with people.
Councilmember Song.
Research for this work is so compelling. Since this idea was included as a potential project when we talked about dispersing our ARPA funding last year, it was carried through by community support in all of our community engagement sessions, nearly unanimously voted for by council to dedicate funding towards this. And since then, it's been an ongoing question that I hear from community members asking for an update. And I've been harassing Mr. Fournier pretty repeatedly in the past year, saying, like, when is the RFP coming out? The RFP has to be really amazing. We're trying to do something that will impact community, have a strong impact in community, and can make a statement that we've actually responded to emerging needs. I hear from Green Baxter Court residents. I hear this from the back to school celebration at Bryan Community Center. And more recently, I hear this question from folks who were responding to the eviction crisis back in April when we budgeted money to respond to that. We know the pandemic has impacted community members differently across race and income. We know these inequities existed before the pandemic. There was the 2018 county health study that Poverty Solutions also helped pull together, where differences in social, economic, and physical environments across the county explain the differences in quality of life and health. We know that Black babies in the county are twice as likely to be born at low birth weight as white babies. We know that they were 6 times more likely to grow up in poverty. Hispanic children are almost 3 times more likely to grow up in poverty compared to white children. And we know there's a 9-year life expectancy difference between Ann Arbor's 48104 zip code compared to Ypsilanti's 48198 zip code. And I can't help reflect on a comment that I heard throughout the pandemic from a community leader who would say that she lost over 30 Black community members and family members during the pandemic. And she asked me what are electeds going to do to respond to that? How many funerals did you go to? Do you know children are missing their grandparents, their extended family members? And my hope was that in pushing for this effort, it would show that we have this willingness to not only fund and partner in this project to address harms and bring some love, but also bring some level of recovery and healing. This project gives us an opportunity to address ongoing and emerging needs with scrutiny and oversight presented by U of M's IRB process, so that an already vulnerable community members are not further harmed in participating. As for engaging this cohort of entrepreneurial community members, I know there are BIPOC mothers at U of M's Family Housing who relied on baking to support their family throughout the pandemic, literally sustaining their family and providing sustenance to extended community members here in Ann Arbor. And I'm thinking of community members who are forced to explore new avenues of work from home, and that's something that we considered at this table when we revisited ordinances to help support home-based work, home-based businesses.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Poverty Solutions.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank Councilmember Song for her ongoing advocacy for this program. And also Poverty Solutions for being here tonight, and Mr. Fournier for answering a number of questions throughout the day. It's a great proposal. I think it very much resonates with the needs that I've heard from residents in the community throughout the pandemic as well. I can think of folks who have had to leave the state, basically because they couldn't make it with their small business here. So, and regularly we're hearing from residents who are, speaking out to us and talking about the challenge of living in the community. So, one of the only pieces that kind of stuck out to me in the proposal that I had a little concern around was that sort of the discussion around eligibility. While you're kind of discussing Ann Arbor community members, the eligibility was defined as somebody who could live, work, study, workshop, or do business in Ann Arbor. And so, as you mentioned in new presentation, I'd just like to introduce a small resolved clause that would specify that the guaranteed income recipients enrolled in the program shall be city residents.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Ackman. As an amendment, is that friendly to the body? It's friendly. Councilmember Briggs, you still have the floor.
Great, thank you. I think that will be reassuring to a lot of residents in the community who might be concerned to see us using this program to worried that they might not be eligible. Thanks.
Councilmember Dish.
I just wanted very quickly to thank Councilmember Song for really her path-breaking work to start this initiative. And this will be a path-breaking collaboration. I can't think of a more fruitful way for the city and UM to collaborate. I'm sitting here in awe, listening to this creative discussion of methods and hearing astute questions from council colleagues about the ethical design of community-engaged research. This is beautiful, and thank you.
Councilmember Watson.
I want to echo the thanks to my Ward 2 colleague, Councilmember Song, to Councilmember Briggs, who offered the amendment, and also I just want to highlight the points that were made about networks, formal and informal. I couldn't help but smile hearing Poverty Solutions speak about students who are able to, just dedicate some time to really investigating and talking about the nonprofits that are able to mine the knowledge within communities and to form and to look at the networks that are already existing that we can't quantify or we can't ask on an application, who do you know and who are you working with, but a nonprofit can get a sense of that pretty well. To that end, talking in my work with the county, I am keenly aware of the administrative abilities that the County Office of Community and Economic Development has, and then also kind of what the City of Ann Arbor, as Mr. Fournier alluded to, doesn't have. So I'd like to offer an amendment to a resolve clause. Resolved. And this is about eligibility here. So resolved that priority will be given to residents who receive any existing form of public assistance, such as housing assistance, including those on a waiting list for housing assistance, Medicaid, SNAP, or who have dependents eligible for free or reduced price lunch, and that other residents who engage, in entrepreneurial work will need to demonstrate economic need or hardship to be eligible to participate.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Is there discussion? I'd like a quick question. I understood the speakers addressed the eligibility with geographic eligibility question in their discussion. I've not heard a reference to the substantive eligibility question. Is this consistent with the study's parameters and views?
This is consistent with the proposal, yes.
Thank you.
So I will, just to speak on that. Okay. Sorry, discussion. Yeah, this is discussion.
Well, first of all, is this friendly to the body? In that instance, it's friendly to the body. I think because I sort of stepped into your amendment, there is room on the amendment for you to speak on the amendment. So my apologies.
Right, I guess if it's friendly, discussion is perhaps. But I just wanted to speak on the eligibility point, why we're using federal assistance, and to point on, to talk about the eligibility there. So all those programs we mentioned, to the Keen Observer, Medicaid, SNAP, dependents who are eligible for free or reduced price lunch, those requirements are all basically approximately the same, whether you are, basically meaning you are 130% to 185% in the case of reduced price lunch of the federal poverty level, which is a little bit under 60% of the area median income, which is what the county uses and which had been referenced in this report. The goal of using those things was to make it a little easier to ascertain who might be eligible. For example, I know that a lot of people might not know exactly, if they've applied for, have they filled out exactly the correct applications, but a lot of people know if their children are eligible for free or reduced price lunch, and that's just an easy touch point. That's why we wanted to use that illustrative work. And then we also wanted to add economic need economic need or hardship to quantify situations that might be a little more specific that represent need in a way that can't be captured through income eligibility. I think that members can understand there. So that's what I got.
On the main motion as amended, Councilmember Regina.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. I just wanted to thank everybody involved for the conversation tonight. I thought it was really, really thoughtful and helped to answer a lot of the questions that I had kind of coming into this evening. So thank you. I also will acknowledge, as some of my colleagues will know, that at the beginning of this process, when we first started talking about it during ARPA allocation, I was a bit of a skeptic with the guaranteed basic income pilot because I wasn't sure necessarily the value in creating a pilot that we didn't have the funding or plan to continue into the future, despite the fact that I know that the program has value. And I think tonight a lot of the questions that I had were answered. Thank you for putting together a thoughtful proposal that demonstrates to me that there will be value in this, even though it's such a limited group of people and a time constraint, it's time constrained based on the funding available. So I also just want to thank Councilmember Song for her consistent advocacy for this. I know that it wasn't just her, but also a lot of work that went in from staff, from Mr. Fournier and others. And so thanks to everybody for your work and putting together a proposal that we can all hopefully rally behind tonight. Thanks.
Councilmember Song.
So if we follow what's happening nationally with SNAP benefits being negotiated away, we know there are folks who are at risk who will be facing food insecurity with additional work requirements for folks ages 50 to 54. And what's nice about this effort is that we are responsive locally, we are accountable locally, we're addressing local needs, emerging needs. In the wake of things that are happening federally, where the child tax income credit wasn't extended, now SNAP benefits are being questioned. Very vulnerable folks who are very, very low income. Avalon Housing's director had noted earlier last year that this would help folks who are making less than $13,000 a year. And in Avalon Housing, right? The challenges and the barriers presented to accessing public benefits are already high, and they're worsened when we see things happen federally. Even though some groups will be able to maintain SNAP benefits, it's punitive. We are too punitive when we talk about poverty and who needs this kind of assistance. And I'm really relieved and heartened to see that this work can be done in partnership with U of M, because it's poverty solutions. It's not admiring or observing poverty, it's poverty solutions. So thank you for speaking to what these benefits are like now and what they should have been, but this is something that we can do.
Further discussion? For my part, I'd like to express gratitude to Councilmember Song and other council members for taking the lead on this. A tremendous amount of gratitude to staff and their fellow travelers for putting together a proposal that I think will do Ann Arbor proud. It will have a tremendous and important effect for folks on the ground in the here and now, and will also leave a legacy of information and instruction for other jurisdictions who will look to take our work and then build upon it from the future. I'm excited that we're going to be moving this forward. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. We now have before us the regular session meeting minutes of May 15, 2023. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Watson, seconded by Councilmember Redina. Discussion, please, of the minutes. All in favor? Opposed? Minutes are approved. C1, an ordinance to amend Section 10716 of Chapter 127, Bicyclists of Article 3, Impounding of Title 10, Traffic of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Ackman, seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Ackman.
Thank you. So earlier this year, Councilmember Redina and I learned from City Attorney John Reiser that our current city code requires that impounded bicycles be sold by the Ann Arbor Police Department. These bikes actually get picked up and they're grouped together and sold in lots far away from Ann Arbor and Michigan. So Attorney Reiser suggested that a better option would be to donate the bikes so that residents who needed them could have them, and we quickly agreed. So the proposed amendment would allow the impounded bicycles to be donated to a tax-exempt organization. Common Cycle is the one that comes to mind, even though it could be any in the ordinance. This is a community-based organization that's dedicated to empowering Ann Arbor to ride bicycles. They already have a program in place to repair donated bicycles and distribute them to local residents for use in the community. They collaborate already with us on the A20 program and work with partners like Delanis, Ozone House, Community Action Network to get bikes to people in our community that need them. So thank you to Attorney Reiser for suggesting this change and my co-sponsors for their support of this ordinance revision.
Further discussion of C2? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. When I said C2, I meant C1. Was anyone confused by that? I am alone in my confusion. The real C2, an ordinance to repeal Section 85252 of Chapter 105 Housing Code of Title 8 Building Regulations of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Cornell, seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of C2.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize no one else would speak for this. Okay. This is a very simple repeal of a provision of the building code that requires landlords to provide voter registration information. It has gotten I believe, some legal challenges elsewhere. And besides, it's just done better through many other avenues. So we don't need this.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? I'll note Councilmember Redina is in opposition. Further, but it passes. 10 council members, 11 council members, 10 voting in the affirmative. Councilmember Redina in opposition. C3, an ordinance to add Section 9.2, humane pet acquisition of Title 7 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Cornell, seconded by Councilmember Ackman. Discussion, please, of C3.
Thank you. So the way this came about is in November, a woman came to my first constituent coffee hour asking me if I'd consider an ordinance to stop pet sales in stores. I didn't know a lot about this issue, but I learned through my conversations with her and through the director of the Huron Valley Humane Society that there's no oversight at the state or federal level on pet breeding conditions, as we heard from public commenter earlier. This means that a significant number of puppies, kittens, and rabbits sold at pet shops are sourced from large-scale commercial breeding facilities, also known as puppy mills, kitten mills, rabbit mills, etc. They don't adequately provide for the health and the welfare of animals. According to the Humane Society of the United States, it's estimated that 10,000 puppy mills produce more than 2.4 million puppies per year in the United States, and that most pet shop dogs, cats, and rabbits come from these mills. The documented abuses include overbreeding, inbreeding, minimal to non-existent veterinary care, lack of adequate and nutritious food, water, and shelter, lack of socialization, lack of adequate space, and lack of adequate exercise. So this ordinance, if passed, would mean that no pet store in Ann Arbor shall offer for sale or dispose of dogs, cats, ferrets, rabbits, long-lived birds, or large reptiles. It's important to note that there's currently no stores selling pets in Ann Arbor. So what this ordinance really does is ensure that no pet store is ever does this practice in the future. We modeled this ordinance on Washtenaw County's 2019 resolution that provided municipalities in Washtenaw County with a model pet acquisition ordinance. Nothing in this ordinance prevents a pet store from providing space or care to the rescued animals. And it also does not affect a consumer's ability to obtain one of these pets directly from a breed-specific rescue organization. So I just want to thank Attorney Matt Thomas for his help on this ordinance, as well as my co-sponsors on this and the person who brought it to my attention. Thank you so much.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC1, resolution to reappoint non-resident electors to Ann Arbor boards and commissions. Moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Guzzi Edwin. Discussion of DC1. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved with 10 council members present, all voting in the affirmative. DC2, resolution directing the Planning Commission to reprioritize rezoning of the Plymouth and Washtenaw corridors to TC1. Moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Watson. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Dish.
Okay, so Councilmember Song was going to lead us off on this, but she can just, she'll pick it up or I leave it off. So this is an instruction that changes something that council had asked for a few months ago. We had asked for tweaking to TC1 before it came to Plymouth and Washtenaw. Tonight, we've heard the concern that one-size zoning does not fit all and that we need to modify TC1 before applying it further. The question before us is not does one size fit all or not. The question is TC1 better than the current zoning? And the answer is yes. Current zoning dates back decades. It permits outmoded land uses, such as development that is single-story, inclusive of high ratios of automobile parking and physically arranged in a manner that does not promote multimodal transportation options to or between sites. The TC1 zoning district restricts the creation or expansion of that kind of outmoded development, which is at odds with this city's initiatives towards reducing carbon emissions by getting people out of their cars and onto their feet or their bicycles or into buses. There is an urgency to protect both of the corridors that I've spoken about from the creation or expansion of outmoded development, but that does not mean that there will be hastiness in moving forward with the rezoning process. There will be public engagement before any proposal comes to Planning Commission. There will be public hearings at Planning Commission and public hearings at Council. All of these meetings will be fully noticed to neighbors and will be publicized to the community at large. There is an urgency to rezone, but that does not mean that once the zoning is in place, we will see an immediate result. Zoning is a long game. I've said this before. I'm sure I'll have to say it again. In doing it, we extend an opportunity. We do not cause a change.
Councilor Saul.
This resolution was really motivated by the community's protest of the credit union project on Plymouth Road, and how the community had to come to Planning Commission time and time again to repeat the same message over and over again, which is we do not want single-use, single-story development on a transit corridor that's within walking distance to the reason why the folks live in that area, so they can walk to school, enjoy the pool that's right, a public pool, that they can go shopping, go to work very easily. It's off of a bus line. I can't have constituents protest every single project that comes along these corridors when we've been talking about rezoning for quite some time. And if the last most exciting infill project in Plymouth Road was in 2012 in Plymouth Road Mall, I'm reading a news article from 2012 and how that addition was in response to the Traver Village, which was next to it when Blockbuster closed. None of us are using Blockbuster. If we are gauging how quickly the city moves by the last time you've rented a video at Blockbuster, I think we are not responding to the housing crisis, or we're responding to the community demands along this area where there's potential for more exciting projects to live above a bank, to live above a local restaurant. We currently do not have these options. We're not encouraging these options. And we're unfortunately too afraid get a little bit closer to talking about these options. Apartment buildings will not spring up overnight as much as the demand might be for it, because later on we're going to talk about how it's difficult to finance building apartment buildings. But we need to have better conversations than fighting every single not great project that comes before Planning Commission. We expect more. We expect better.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwin.
Thank you. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor to this. I think it's needed, it's necessary. At least half of Washtenaw is in Ward 3, and it's in alignment with our climate action and our transportation goals for the city. And it'll just overall make the area more accessible. So thank you for all of your work.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep this relatively brief because my colleagues have already spoken at length about all of the benefits of this. I was just glad as another of the Ward 3 colleagues who has part of Washtenaw to partner with my colleagues from Ward 2 and Councilmember Dish from the Planning Commission on this. I do hear from residents about concerns that we're going to continue getting these single-use, single-story buildings along some of our major transit corridors. I hear concerns about the vast pothole-ridden parking lots that are lining some of our most transit-friendly areas, and I would also just comment that I think to those in the community who are still concerned about the hastiness, we heard about the process that will come along with this, but this is something we've been talking about now for years. This is something we've been working on for years. I think every member sitting at this table campaigned on this very concept. So this isn't something that the community hasn't engaged in. In fact, we're actually delivering on campaign promises that we made to the community. We were pretty transparent about our support for transit-oriented development, and this is a next step in that. And so I look forward to continuing this work and making sure that we're developing, we're building the community that our residents expect of us. Thank you.
Councilmember Watson.
So I want to talk first on the engagement piece that shows so much, or that we heard a bit about. Precedent from other areas, Zone TC1, notably the Stadium and the Briarwood area, President shows us that parcels in those previous areas were considered specific parcels debated. While the TC1 Plymouth area and the TC1 Washtenaw area, there's been suggestions of those maps in staff engagement presentations, community engagement presentations that occurred in the past couple years. Those maps have not been finalized. I myself, my fellow representatives, we will be hearing from constituents about specific parcels, about specific features. I've already heard about the different conservation easements within the area, the Miller Creek area. But the major point here, I think, for me is Plymouth is a successful corridor. It's a lot of what we like, of what we want to see in TC1, it's already occurring. The corner of Plymouth and Green, the Sweetwaters where I host my coffee hours, it's a successful example of mixed use. 2 floors of housing above businesses, local and national. Further down the corridor, we have seen successful infill, credit unions mixed with credit unions mixed with yoga studios, all sorts of things built into an existing parking lot of a complex, filling in parking, using it for more creative and community and uses for community benefit. So I'm confident that the commercial success of this area just means that this will be a longer term process that is kind of respecting what's working here, because so much is, and then over the long term, just continuing that success. And also in Washtenaw, similarly, we've seen strip mall development go in, we've seen drive-throughs go in there, and we know that other things can work. And the community has told us time and time again, better, we can do better, and we can meet both our housing and our community goals. Thanks.
Further discussion? Councilmember Eichmann.
Guess I'll just add to the choir. Thanks so much for bringing this forward. I was one of the co-sponsors of the resolution that directed Planning Commission to develop recommendations for the setbacks on Stadium due to the constrained widths, that make it kind of inadequate for facilitating non-motorized transit. I still support us doing that work, but it's also the case that every time we see a by right proposal for a single-story, non-residential, auto-centric development in these areas that remain to be rezoned to TC1, we're losing opportunities to build transit-supportive housing, and also it makes me want to stab my eyes out. So let's go. I look forward to supporting this tonight.
Councilmember Dish, beat that.
Yeah, I'm not playing Oedipus tonight. I wanted to say, Councilmember Ackman, that you can have your cake and eat it too. I forgot to mention that staff has brought changes for right-of-way and setbacks to Planning Commission, and they've been robustly discussed, and I actually expect those to be implemented as we achieve these rezonings, and so they will be incorporated into them because there is strong advocacy on staff from Deputy Planning Manager Hank Kelly that we consider room for pedestrian and bike, I was going to say amenities, but that isn't the right thing, really, infrastructure, enough room to be able to put shelters and bike lanes and have a sidewalk where you don't feel like something is going to crash into you, however many wheels it has. So actually, that's going to be tweaked.
Councilmember Watson.
Sorry. Since I know that so many community members watch this pretty intently, I just wanted to correct a misstatement. I colloquially referred to the area as the area around Briarwood. It's the State and Eisenhower area, as Briarwood Mall was excluded from that. Thank you.
Further discussion? I'm excited that this is moving forward. I'd like to thank particularly Councilmember Dish for her work on Planning Commission up and down the line. It is, we all leave here at whatever time we leave here on Monday nights, and Councilmember Dish rolls back in and does it again on Tuesday. It is a tremendous amount of work and is excellent work, and I'm just grateful for what she does and what our other planning commissioners do. We ask them to do a lot, and we rely upon them for their expertise and their initiative, and it is of great benefit to the community when they work together with us and help move us all forward. So thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. Let us take a short break. It is 9:26. Let us reconvene at 9:35. We are back after 9:36. We're back after a short break. DC3, resolution to dissolve the Council of the Commons, moved by Council Member Cornell, seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion, please, of DC3. Councilmember Cornell.
Thank you. I wanted to just call out, first of all, my gratitude and thanks to the my Council of the Commons colleagues. I had actually requested to be appointed before I was elected to Council of the Commons, so I have been part of that group since its inception. Basically, what this resolution states is that the Council of the Commons group has completed thorough research into other communities' central plazas, engaged with businesses, residents, and stakeholders, considered to be center of the city block partners to receive feedback and direction, has coordinated with the Parks Advisory Committee on activities and ideas, and provided ample information on which the evaluation of the feasibility and vitality of a central plaza on the center of the city site can be conducted by city staff and city council. In short, a lot of hard work has gone into getting an analysis done as to what is possible and what other communities do with their center of the city initiatives in terms of a common place for folks to gather in the center of their towns. And a lot of work has gone into this. So I know that it's easy to say, there isn't a lot to show for it. And I would disagree that a lot of research has been done. I know that people actually visited other communities, went and talked to the Council of the Commons members, did go to other communities, did so much work on this. And it is to the point now where the conversations around those tables have devolved to a point of lack of futility. So it is appropriate to disband that group and to refer these activities as indicated to the Parks Advisory Committee, which is, it is part of a park. It is designated as a park, and that is the appropriate use for that committee's time. So again, I want to thank my Council of the Commons colleagues for the work that they had done, and also want to recognize, as was mentioned earlier, that the Council of the Commons itself did vote to dissolve itself in recognition of, creating a roadmap that the city could then take and consider for future implementation and use. So just in closing, if you want to use that space, nothing right now prohibits you from using that space. So although there isn't built infrastructure there right now, you can use that park. You just have to get a permit, same as any other park, and you're welcome to activate it for spaces. So I will be supporting this tonight.
Further discussion? Councilor Briggs.
Yes, just wanted to echo thanks to the commission members who volunteered and spent a lot of time, including Councilmember Cornell, who started as resident and then volunteered again as a council member. So thanks for joining me. I've been on it since the beginning. And thanks to Councilmember Dish, who also served for a time on that commission as well. As Councilmember Cornell mentioned, this, except for the lone dissent that we heard this evening, it was unanimous from the commission members that it was time to dissolve the commission, that we have, the commission had kind of set out what to do, what we asked it to do in terms of providing advice. And you'll see on the agenda tonight, E4 and E5 are some recommendations that the commission has set forward for us to consider. So thank you again to commission members and to Chair Zemke, who spent a lot of time as well leading the group over the last couple of years.
Further discussion? I'm glad that this is going to be moving forward. I think it's the right and proper time for it. I do just want to make one quick statement with respect to what the land, how the land is designated internally within the city. The park of the area is only Liberty Plaza. Liberty Plaza is a park. The balance of the property is not park. And so I think it's important that we note that, even as we're requesting the Park Advisory Commission to engage it, the balance and the bulk of the property is not parkland, therefore not subject to any of our strictures and opportunities with respect to the designated parkland. The only parkland in that area is Liberty Plaza. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC4, resolution to revise 2023 council calendar, moved by Councilmember Medina, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC4. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC5, resolution to approve amendments to the council rules, moved by Councilmember Watson, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Got to move faster. Discussion? Councilmember Ryer.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to give a little bit of context for this change that we're making here. When folks may remember that we made some changes recently regarding public comment in order to increase the opportunity that people can have to approach council for public comment at the beginning of the meeting, especially if folks have something that they want to address that's not on the agenda. So previously, folks would have to wait until the end of the meeting in order to do that, and given the lateness of the hour, oftentimes that's just not very accessible for most people. We learned, we've had this new system in place for a little while here and have learned kind of how it works, and folks have gotten used to it. But we do want to make sure that that folks who are addressing something on the agenda get an opportunity to do so without being bumped to the extended public comment period at the end if we have a lot of speakers. And so this is just a minor change that prioritizes those speaking categories so that if you are speaking to an item that's on the agenda, you do get prioritized in front of folks who have a general comment to make. And that sums it up.
Further discussion? Councilor Watson? Nope.
Sorry, that was an error.
All right, no worries. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's approved. DC6, resolution authorizing the city attorney to initiate and pursue litigation or other legal action on behalf of the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Ghazi Edwin. Discussion of DC6. Councilmember Watson.
I'm going to start on this, and please, City Attorney Cower, fill in anything that I've either gotten wrong or added additional information as necessary. So this came from conversations we had at the in the Council Administration Committee, and Attorney Cower identified that there were certain parts of the authority of the city attorney to initiate and pursue litigation that hadn't quite clearly been defined. One of the most important ones, I think, was that how sometimes amicus briefs come before us very quickly, and to get kind of council member sign off over email for a maybe 2-day, few-week deadline in between meetings, OMA constrains our ability to do that. So we said, what would guide that, or how can we kind of clarify what does the city attorney, whoever they may be, in the future or now, what are they allowed to do on their own? What would we and what are our abilities to change that? So one of the things that we added was that amicus briefs that require that quick turnaround, the action should be informed by regulations previously passed by council and by the agenda set by the council policy agenda committee. So it's not just that it's not just that the city attorney can add us to amicus briefs as they see fit. It's more that if they feel that it is guided towards a priority that council has either expressed by resolution or through its policy agenda committee, we're okay to join on. Does that sound correct, Attorney Haber?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dish.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this. No, you were very clear. But as I read this, it seemed to me that according to the city charter, the city attorney has an obligation to represent the city in cases before courts and other tribunals. But the charter and nothing else, explicitly provides the city attorney with the authority to carry out its obligation. And so is it the case that what we are doing here is providing the city attorney with the authority to carry out the obligation that it is charged with?
That is correct. And also, as written, the city charter language is not completely precise in the distinction between representing to defend versus to initiate. And we just wanted to clarify that as well.
Councilor Briggs. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's just important to restate that this is sort of a clarification change to provide, it's essentially, this is existing, has been existing practice within the city attorney's office in terms of how they've been proceeding, but as our new city attorney has come in, looking for the sort of explicit guidance in our charter that states, where is this possible, where is this provided for, that guidance hasn't been there. And so please correct me if I'm wrong, but this is not changing existing practice, but rather sort of clarifying that that the office has the ability to act as.
That's absolutely correct. I think this is an item of having a new person, a new set of eyes, looking at existing practice and just making sure that it is as clear as it can be.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC 7, resolution to direct the city administrator to evaluate bonding affordable housing millage revenue, moved by Councilmember Song, seconded by Councilmember Harrison. Discussion, please, of DC 7. I believe we have an introduction from the indomitable Ms. Hall.
Jennifer Hall will be joining us on Zoom.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I'm here to talk about DC 7, which is simply a request for the City Administrator and the Housing Commission to work together with the City Attorney's Office and our attorneys to figure out the best pathway to utilize bond financing for affordable housing and utilize the affordable housing millage as a way to pay back the bond so that we have so we're able to use the millage more quickly in a larger amounts of money now than wait for the millage to accrue over time so that we can do more projects faster. I have been working with our attorney, the Ann Arbor Housing Commission's attorney, on development projects, as well as our bond counsel, to figure out what type of bonds work the best for different types of projects. And what we've been finding is there's all types of ways to issue bonds, both tax exempt and not tax exempt, municipal bonds, bonds that require the state to use part of their bond cap to pass it down to us to utilize it. And all roads have been a dead end so far. And so we may end up having only one path that we can take if we also are utilizing what's called 9% low-income housing tax credits. And that potential path might only allow us to work directly with the City of Ann Arbor with their bond authority. It's very complicated. I'm happy to take questions. I am not bond counsel, but I'm happy to answer what I can related to the many discussions that I've had with our attorney so far.
Further discussion? Councilmember Song.
So I had broached this idea in a conversation with Mr. Dohoney and a couple of council members in advance of our budget discussions. And Mr. Dohoney basically said, that's an interesting question. You need to ask me to ask that question. And it really follows, and then also probably a good idea to talk to Jennifer Hall. And I was really heartened in those follow-up discussions to learn more about the what the market is like, what the market conditions are like. Not heartened to hear it, actually not thrilled to hear how difficult it is to build multifamily housing right now, given those market conditions. Market Watch had an article back in April saying that on how housing starts had declined in March, and that apartment construction had cooled. And what housing starts is basically the number of homes that would be built over an entire year if construction took place at the same rate every month. So this resolution echoes this economic outlook. It references the National Association of Home Builders report that combined single-family and multifamily housing starts were 29.5% lower in the Midwest. And that's due to increased construction, transportation, energy costs. So ultimately, that leaves fewer options for buyers and renters, and how that impacts affordable housing can be really drastic, because unlike market rate housing, which is funded with different capital stacks, they can address increasing costs by increasing rents. But with our projects, there's less flexibility when it's financed by HUD-backed loans. So even if projects which are financed with LIHTC credits, there are developers across the country saying it's no longer financially viable to construct affordable housing. So we're not immune to these market conditions. My worry was that we need to start addressing our affordable housing crisis more quickly, and I'm hoping that this will enable us to build more housing. We have 300 in the pipeline, but we're still so far from the 2,787 that we had dedicated ourselves to back in 2015. So these discussions have been fruitful. I've learned a lot. I wish we had more money more quickly for this work. And I'm hoping that we can address this similarly to how we had addressed street repair when Mr. Dohoney had proposed bonding out for that work last year. So I'm hoping for good results. But again, this is just an exploratory effort to see what's actually financially possible for the city.
Councilmember Gaziedwin.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Lynn Song and my other council colleagues who brought this forward. I would like to be listed as a co-sponsor. I think that this is a great and a necessary way that we can help to expedite building more affordable housing, or at least looking into the process of how we can do that. Housing is a human right. We know it affects, every quality of life indicator. So I'm in full support.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I also want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Song, for spearheading this and bringing me into it. I am really hopeful that this will expedite some of our work on affordable housing in the community. I do want to propose an amendment based on language provided to us by the Attorney's Office after conversation with Jennifer Hall and Councilmember Song, adding an additional whereas clause to be inserted before the last whereas clause, making it the second to last. Whereas the Ann Arbor Housing Commission is currently evaluating how it can use bond financing to fund affordable housing, and given possible limitations, supports the city also evaluating its use of bond financing for this purpose.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Watson. Is that friendly to the body? Councilmember Adina, you still have the floor.
Thanks, everybody. I don't have much more to add beyond what Councilmember Song already so clearly and wonderfully explained. I'm just really hopeful that we can continue to expedite our affordable housing work in the community. We know that this is a crisis that needs to be addressed, and I am hoping that this is another possible tool for us to begin moving things forward.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes, I just want to thank Councilmember Song and colleagues for bringing this to the table, and I would like to add myself as a co-sponsor, and I've got some thoughts surrounding this. Leveraging bond financing is a crucial tool to advance our commitment to affordable housing in Ann Arbor. This is not just an economic matter, it's equitable access to housing in Ann Arbor. Let's be clear, housing affordability is not a privilege, it is a right. An equitable city is one where everyone, regardless of income, has access to affordable housing. For the most part, our city has been prosperous, yet a significant portion of our citizens are denied access to affordable housing. Housing insecurity in the midst of wealth is not equity. Bond financing presents us with an innovative, promising solution that has the potential to act as a catalyst transforming our aspirations for housing equity into tangible realities. We have the resources in the form of our city's affordable housing millage, generating around $6.5 million annually. It's time we put these resources to work more effectively and more quickly. Our millage revenue could be the key to unlock a brighter, more equitable future for our city. When we adopted Washtenaw County's housing pledge in 2020, we made a promise. We acknowledged housing as a fundamental human right, and we took responsibility for making this right a reality for our citizens. Today, we have the chance to prove that this was more than just words. Let's turn our pledge into action. Remember, our goal just isn't creating affordable housing. It's about creating an equitable community where everyone can thrive. Affordable housing isn't just about shelter. It's about equal opportunity, and it's about social justice. I will obviously be supporting this evening, and really just want to say that Ann Arbor equity isn't just an idea, it's a commitment that drives our action.
Councilmember Dish.
Thank you, colleagues, for working on this, and I would like to be added as a co-sponsor, please.
Councilmember Watson.
Thank you. Earlier today, we talked about how we're going to use zoning to try to influence private sector development. Here we're talking about the public sector development that we can do on, most proximally on city-owned lots. And what we know is that in both the private and the public sector, costs are just increasing. They're not going down. So using the money that we have and anticipate to have through our millage, using that money quicker and getting it up front rather than waiting for market costs, construction costs just continue to go up, may allow us to build more. To clarify just the point on the amendment here, it was offered to us by Mr. McDonald in the attorney's office. What it does is it clarifies that this is stuff that was already happening. This is work that Mrs. Hall was already doing. And because we're going to be talking next week about grants that we are making, the City of Ann Arbor is making to the Housing Commission, this is clarifying that this is ongoing, looking at another angle, which is the bond financing. Mrs. Hall, I would wonder, could you talk a little bit about the unique conditions in Ann Arbor and how the fact that the area median income continuing to increase just makes everything harder from the Housing Commission's angle in terms of getting things built and also financing specific to the Ann Arbor market?
That's a very long answer. I'd like to proceed that by saying thanks to Councilmember Song as well, because I thought I was just answering questions, so I had not prepared any kind of presentation, so I appreciate your background. It's interesting because the $124,000 area median income, it does reflect the actual conditions of the marketplace in the competition for housing, but it also under-reflects it because of, and I've talked about this many times in the past, because of students who appear to be in poverty and low income, but may or may not be from from their family situation, whether they came from poverty or not, or low income or not. So it's actually underrepresenting what's happening in the marketplace, and even, and particularly, not just even, but particularly low-income students are having a really hard time even finding housing in Ann Arbor now as well. And we're hearing both anecdotal and real stories about our voucher tenants getting displaced from finding housing, not just in Ann Arbor anymore, but in the city of Ypsi and Ypsi Township and Pittsfield Township because of the students that are continuing to get pushed farther and farther outside the community. In an odd way, the $124,000 increase in median income is attractive to, maybe this is odd, but to for-profit developers, because the area median income doesn't exactly ride the same way up and down over time as rents, but it's pretty close. So as income goes up, rent goes up. And so the various programs that we have to apply to put our capital stack together, the median incomes and the rents are much higher than most communities. So in some senses, our we're an attractive community to build affordable housing if that's the type of housing that you do, because you can charge more rent for like a 60% AMI household than you could in other communities. The problem is that our development costs are also higher on the front end. And so you're constantly threading the needle between figuring out how to keep your housing costs at an affordable, manageable level on the development side. Right now, our project on Catherine is running about $478,000 a unit, which exceeds what the state MISHDA limitations are for per unit cost. And so we've already gotten a waiver from them to allow us to exceed their per unit cost. But on the backside, you can also have higher rents, but that is from a for-profit affordable housing developer perspective. When you're coming from a perspective of a nonprofit, mission-driven housing developer, even though we could charge $1,600 a month in rent to reach that 60% AMI or 50% AMI household, that is not the rent that we desire to charge unless we have a rent subsidy. And so the type of financing that we put together doesn't provide a rent subsidy. The only way you can do that is with some kind of an actual voucher type program. So we will have units that we bring online that will be affordable, but we're not pricing them at the maximum amount that can be generated, because we know that our households that we're targeting in the community, even at 60% AMI, $1,600 a month is a lot. So we're trying to get units priced at more in the $800 to $1,000 range, which still feels very high. So there's a lot of different factors. The market is constantly changing. Record low interest a couple years ago, and now it's definitely not record high interest, just in our past decade or so, the interest rates both on construction loans, on permanent financing, are extremely high compared to what they were even 4 or 5 years ago. It's just making it really challenging to put your capital stack together, which for us so far, we have 12 different funding sources right now just on one project. And I'm sorry if did I answer all of your questions?
Actually, yes.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councilor Song.
Jennifer, do you know what the average wait is for a housing voucher?
We don't really count average, because when we open our wait list, we open it on day one, and every day our average gets longer. So, we open it on day one, and the first people pulled it takes them a week or a month, and then it's a year, and then it's 2 years. But I can tell you that we still have several thousand people on our wait list. And when the last time we opened it for our voucher and our affordable housing programs was in November of 2020, and both of those programs still have several thousand people on them, so 3 years later.
Councilmember Watson.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Councilmember Song, you still have the...
Okay. So the reason why I asked that is because I know anecdotally there are folks who've if not in Ann Arbor, at least in the state of Michigan, have become homeless waiting for housing vouchers to get off of the wait list. And once you receive a voucher, what folks I don't think are aware of is that it kicks in a time clock. You have 60 days to find someone to accept that voucher. So it's a race against the clock in a very limited market. So I'm hoping this will help, but also, there are things that we can do beyond what we're trying to do here at council. So I encourage us all to lobby. This is all from if you love to read like the Pew Charitable Trust's pieces on research and HUD regulations. We can lobby the feds to remove tariffs on timber, pass the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, provide career programs to encourage and prepare construction workers. There are ways to figure out future efforts besides, instead of constantly trying to figure out capital stacks or how to finance this work until there's more substantial funding from by HUD. So,
Councilmember.
Anyways, yes, thank you.
Councilmember Watson.
I want to offer my profound thanks to Mrs. Hall for brilliantly answering all my questions, and really how many conversations that she's made herself available to for me and Councilmember Songs working together. There's also the work from I just want to express a little bit. I think the takeaway from Mrs. Hall's answer for me is just how hard this is and how creative we have to be to try to get publicly financed affordable housing built here. Everybody knows we've made a promise on trying to build affordable units. We've made a promise. Our community has affirmed that promise by voting for the housing millage. But this is 12 funding sources. You hear this used on a project. It just shows there is no, when we say there's no silver bullet, there really is no silver bullet because we've been looking for it. I want to thank Councilmember Redina as well as a representative of Renters Commission, Councilmember Briggs, who has provided some support and some help to write through Housing Commission. And also I want to thank community member Zachariah Farah, chair of the Renters Commission, because, you know, he's coming at this angle of a person who wants to rent and wants to be able to stay in Ann Arbor. And so I hear this everywhere. Where's the affordable housing? Why aren't you guys building it? The answer, if you take the time and listen to Mrs. Hall's thoughtful answer, the answers are there. It's time consuming, it takes creativity, and it's hamstrung by bureaucracy and older organizations that aren't fitting the new economic context and the constantly changing economic context that we find ourselves in. So thank you again, Mrs. Hall. Thank you to everyone who's aided in this.
Further discussion of C8. All in favor? Opposed? It's approved. I said it was C8. I'm getting ahead of myself. It was DC 7. Goodness gracious. Anybody confused by that? Again, it's me. DC 8, resolution directing city administrator to identify incentives that would support voluntary efforts to increase emissions reductions. Moved by Councilmember Briggs, seconded by Councilmember Cornell. Discussion, please, of DC 8. Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. So in May, both the Energy and Environmental Commissions passed resolutions urging the city to look for opportunities to incentivize all-electric housing developments. The resolutions suggested city staff explore options such as fee structure, tax credits, priority review, and technical guidance, among other ideas. The resolution before you tonight carries forward those recommendations from these advisory bodies. It's well known that moving a project through the development pipeline in Ann Arbor is often quite difficult and costly. And we just heard about just the external pressures as well and rising costs. And this is why the city is conducting a holistic review of our development processes. However, our local green developers, builders, and architects are informing us that our processes are particularly problematic for those trying to build innovative, sustainable residential buildings. Given the urgency of our climate and housing goals, we need to be doing everything we can to ensure that that green residential building is not only possible, but welcomed and supported by our internal processes and city policies. I believe we want to roll out the red carpet for these types of projects. So other than that, this is a pretty straightforward amendment. I do want to provide one small amendment to the resolution in front of you that just helps to adding a second resolve clause to clarify and focus staff efforts in the short term, because it's relatively broad, that resolved clause. So the second resolved clause would read, and I think it's going to be forwarded around in a second, resolved that the City Council directs the City Administrator to provide a written progress report identifying internal processes, particularly in the development review process, that can be modified to increase emissions reductions through a transition to sustainable and clean heating, as well as beneficial electrification by December 31st, 2023.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Cornell. Is that friendly to the body? Friendly to the body.
Great. Yep.
You still have the floor.
Thank you. And thank you for supporting that. That just provides us with some feedback by the end of the year in terms of progress that we're making, ideas that have been generated by staff throughout this process, particularly related to the development review process.
Further discussion. Councilor Bradish.
Thank you, Councilmember Briggs. There's been a lot of talk in the community about how we can get more new development that is all electric. And we are doing our best to find ways to do that on many fronts. But some voices in the development community have suggested that our fastest path to decarbonization may be through voluntary adoption by builders and residents. And we have no way to compel builders. It's really, we cannot say that enough. There are constraints on the building code in the state of Michigan and other aspects of state law that make it very difficult for us to compel the building of projects that are all electric. But there may be ways that we can save developers and residents time and money, or because time is money. So if we are able to do that, then we are saying it's in your interest to build this way. We don't have to try to morally chastise, because that doesn't work very well. So that's the spirit of this resolution, and I'm very grateful to staff and, of course, as always, to you, Councilmember Briggs, for us working together, and Councilmember Ackman. Thank you. And Councilmember Redina, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Redina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and thank you to my co-sponsors for their work on this as well. I just wanted to also acknowledge, I mean, Councilmember Briggs mentioned this, but 3 of our city commissions, Energy, Environmental, and Renters Commission, all passed resolutions calling for this, in addition to some other efforts to move to clean heating sources and away from fossil gas. And I just want to acknowledge that this is, again, my gratitude for the work of our volunteer commissioners who are advocating for these changes to continue making progress towards our 820 goals. And I am grateful that we're able to kind of move forward with this to hopefully continue that work and keep us moving in a positive direction. And so thanks to our commissioners for continuing to push this work forward, and for all of their thoughtful conversations and guidance in the commission meetings as well.
Councilor Ackman.
I just wanted to highlight, how effective incentives can be. I think that's evidenced through our A2 Solarize program, which I know probably several of us have taken advantage of. They not only provide education to kind of lower the friction and the barriers to adoption, but also financial incentives through group buys and things like that. So I'm looking forward to applying what we've learned in other programs in the city to this effort, because I think it can really pay off.
Councilmember Cornell.
Yeah, thanks for my colleagues for bringing this forward. I was going to say something very similar to what Councilmember Ackman said. There's a long history and really a lot of evidence that shows when we incentivize this type of development, it works. So I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC 9, resolution to approve a memorandum of understanding between the City of Ann Arbor and the Economic Development Corporation of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Iyer, second by Councilmember Cornell. Discussion, please, of DC 9. Councilmember Cornell.
Thank you. So as was mentioned earlier, the Economic Development Corp of Ann Arbor has determined that there are additional ways that it may assist the city in addressing economic development activities that would be beneficial to our local business community. And this MOU basically solidifies a more closer association between the two entities, so the city and the EDC, to facilitate in identifying and implementing what those roles might be. I'm really excited to support this. I think, we talk about the Office of Community and Economic Development at the county level. We talk about Spark, both of whom have fairly defined missions and objectives for their work. And I've said it here at the table before, there's a gap here in Ann Arbor as to how economic development is approached. And I think that this is a good intermediary step to sort of identify those and where possible, empower EDC to fill those gaps. And so I'm looking forward to working closely between the city and the EDC on those initiatives with Mr. Dohoney's office. And I'm really excited to see this come forward and to actually have, as that group meets and convenes and thinks about things, has a higher purpose and an additional purpose to just the bonding mechanism, which we heard earlier isn't quite used as often. And therefore, this group has interest and expertise to take on other work for the city.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. Councilmember Thank you, Councilmember Cornell, for that summary. Councilmember Cornell and I are the two city liaisons to the EDC, and this MOU is the culmination of discussions that have gone back years among members of the EDC, so I appreciate all the thought that has gone into that by the local experts that we have in economic development who've been serving on the EDC for so many years. It's important to note that the goals here really come from a desire to play a role in advocating for economic development and for finding ways to support the city in moving forward economic development initiatives. One of those that the EDC already moved forward was the Building and Development Process Review. That is currently ongoing. It's an exciting initiative, and those interviews that city staff have been having with people throughout the development community are wrapping up, and we're going to be learning very soon what sort of recommendations will come from that. But that's all about economic development and driving down the cost of developing housing in our community, which is, as we all know, one of our biggest needs that we have locally. So I think this is going to be a really good thing for us to fill those gaps in economic development, to work with our city administrator who has such knowledge and expertise in this area and is bringing his own priorities to bear on this. And I hope we can all support this tonight.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. Ms. Kaur, do we have the pleasure of a closed session this evening?
We do indeed, Mayor Taylor, and before I read the bases for the closed session, let me just say thank you for your patience and dedication to your service to the city. We have 3 bases for closed sessions
Collectively,
tonight.
I'm sure. Not
We have 3 bases for closed sessions tonight under MCL 15.268. First, under Section 8D, to consider the purchase or lease of real property. Second, under Section 8E, regarding Christine Harris v. City of Ann Arbor, case number 20-000265-NO in Washtenaw County Circuit Court. The case Eagle v. Gelman Sciences Incorporated, Washtenaw County Circuit Court, case number 88-34734-CE, and City of Ann Arbor v. Gelman Sciences LLC, Washtenaw County Circuit Court, case number 23-000463-CK, including the privileged and confidential memorandum that was provided to council on May 30th and June 1st of 2023.
May I have a motion, please, to go into closed session for those purposes? Moved by Councilmember Cornell, seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Watson.
Yes.
Councilmember Watson.
Yes.
Councilmember Medina.
Yes.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwin.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Ackman.
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yes.
Councilmember Cornell.
Yes.
Councilmember Dish.
Yes, please.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Song.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We're in closed session.
Can we just leave our...
May I have a motion, please, to go back into open session, moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Harrison. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? We are back in open session. We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report, moved by Councilmember Cornell, seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? The clerk's report is approved. Do we have the pleasure of communications from our city attorney today?
No, thank you, Mayor.
In the absence of public comment overflow, may I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Harrison. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? We are adjourned.